Hello, hello. Ooh, the screen is really bright. It's the monitor shining in my face really bright. All right. We are good to go. Let me check Twitch channel just to be sure. Yep, all seems good. Okay. Just want to make sure in case there's any weird updates that change something. Okay. So I did do some grinding off stream. I got a bunch of Pokemon at level 100. And got a bunch of candy. Some large and extra large. So now I got 78, almost 79 hours of gameplay. So I played, what is that, like 15, 20 hours? All right, so which one is which? Okay. I think what I need to do to progress is look for one of the question mark portals like this one. Okay, is it inside? Yeah, I think it's, I can't tell. It's either inside on the wall or outside on the wall. Let's try outside first. Oh, and I found a shiny. I was walking right here in this spot, right, actually, and I heard a bling, and it was one of the big bunnies over there. It was underground, so I couldn't see it. I had to go into the barrier area. Try saying that 5 times fast. Barrier area. To get it to pop out of the ground so I could see it. Okay. I don't know what Pokemon it's going to be. Oh, and off stream, I did see another new Mega Evolution. It was the Mega not Crabrawler, Obama something? Crabominable, that's it. Oh, these guys, yep. Yeah, I saw these guys off stream by accident. And how were you supposed to battle 2 of them? They're still fighting Ice type, right? They don't change type when they Mega Evolve. Actually, I gotta look that up. Still fighting Ice type. Weak to Fire, Fighting, Flying, Psychic, Steel, and Fairy. So it's got a lot of weaknesses, actually. The question is, can I survive fighting 2 of them? What moveset do you got? Got 2 moves that are super effective against them. Will they be enough? Probably not. We'll try again. Yeah, what am I supposed to do here? They just one-shot my Pokemon. Dragonite. Do you have any flying type moves? I forget. No, you don't. You have a fire type move. But he's gonna be 4 times weak to anything ice. So that's gonna be bad. You survived a while. Let's get you out again. Well, that didn't last long. Be able to run and switch in and out at the same time. I should Mega Evolve you. Do I have it? Are you holding a stone to Mega Evolve? Yes. Okay. So much for that. Let's actually get you out again and use you to poison the other one. Yes, there we go. No, run, 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 run. I don't even get to attack. You survived longer than the rest of them. Oh, I got one down. Come on, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. Just survive. Come on. There we go. I hope that is the only time we have to deal with 2 at a time. Crabominite. So trying to be the very best is what triggered them to Rogue Mega Evolve? So they did it to themselves by accident? Is that what they're saying? Is there anything to do in here other than battle the Pokemon? This is quite the big area for just the one battle. Usually they close them off if there's nothing else to do. That is a dead end. Okay, never mind. I don't have enough time to try to do anything. There could be like a giant gold Pokeball somewhere, but I'm not gonna have enough time to look around for it. Oh, I should switch to wired. Hold on. Oops, sorry. Forgot to unmute. It's been a while since I've seen you. I don't remember your name. Don't know if you changed it or whatever. Something about nutrition and hair growth. Thing along the lines of where there's a single hair follicle that grows where it shouldn't. Oh, that's when your cells multiply all the time, and so when they multiply, they have to copy the DNA exactly. And if they copy the DNA incorrectly sometimes, then somewhere where you wouldn't normally have hair, like, I don't know, your shoulder, the skin cell could multiply and create a skin cell that has hair follicle DNA turned on, because all of your cells have the your entire genetic code to make a clone of yourself, technically. Well, not technically, but effectively. But they have different genes turned on and off. So if your skin because your skin is already closer to what it needs to make hair, there's fewer genes that would have to change in order to have the hair follicle genes turn on. Is there more of these? But also, yeah, I think it's like, what is it, B6 that relates to hair growth. It can make your hair grow healthier and also faster, I think. But also makes your nails grow faster too and be less brittle. There's a few, I think it was like also vitamin K can help with hair and nails. Is it up? I think it's on top of the building. Yeah, I don't see it down here. I gotta find it. Kind of way up there. Yeah, all of your cells are always multiplying, and at any point they can multiply in a way that causes them to do something different, including when your cells are still programmed to multiply, but they misprogram themselves with the cell division during the cell division to not die, but they are still programmed to multiply more, and that's how you get tumors. If your immune system doesn't get rid of those cells before they start making tumors. And apparently, a lot of tumors are actually really common, but the tumors are just in places where they don't cause any problems, and not all tumors are cancerous. A cancerous tumor, I think, is when the non-death but still multiplying DNA starts spreading from one type of tissue to others. Like, you can have a whole bunch of tumors, but if they just aren't in a spot that inflames another organ or whatever, then you would never know you had the tumor unless you just got scans and saw that you had tumors that were just completely harmless. Benign versus malignant tumors. Oh, now it's nighttime, so... Oh, no, it's still there. Okay, that's on top. It's still there. Oh, hello. What was that? That was a ghastly. I think I have to go over to this building and then jump across. Or is it inside? Indoors? I don't see the... It's not underground. I don't see the green thing. Oh, yep, it is on top. Okay. So, how do I get up there? Single strand of hair, your abdomen. Yeah, I'll get like a hair on my shoulder or something once in a while and just shave it along while I'm shaving my face, or pluck it. And I forget what, I think it was it like astaxanthin or something that can help your cells multiply properly more often, so there are fewer mistakes like that. Astaxanthin is an antioxidant. It's found in a lot of seafood. Not seafood as in like just fish, but also like sea algae, which you can get in supplements. And astaxanthin is actually fed to fish in like fish farms to dye their meat pink. because astaxanthin is something that builds up in your system and gives that sort of reddish tint to various tissues, including your skin. So if you have enough astaxanthin in your diet, it can give you it looks like you're tanned. It'll give you a look like you're tanned. I think it's listed as a carotenoid, like vitamin A is. Vitamin A. I think vitamin E might be a carotenoid, maybe. But vitamin A is beta carotene, or it can be. You can get vitamin A from consuming beta carotene from carrots. Your body will convert it into that. Your body will convert beta carotene from carrots into vitamin A. Okay, now I'm on top of the building. And there's a TV show about people who had strange addictions. And there's one lady who was addicted to carrots. She ate carrots with every meal. She had carrot clothing, carrot earrings. She fed her dog carrots all the time. She ate carrots with every meal. I think I already said that. And her skin was orange because she was constantly having too much beta carotene. That was because when you consume beta carotene, it's a fat soluble vitamin. Vitamin A is, which means it attaches to fat or lipids. So when you consume it with fat, then it makes it more easily absorbed. But also that means it is stored in the fat underneath your skin, which means it can build up and then be visible, and you'll look orange. Which is not. I don't think it has any other problems. Like, there's no health problems from that. I mean, eventually you could get health problems. Like if you eat a polar bear liver, a lot of your vitamin A is also stored in your liver. If you eat a polar bear liver in one sitting, that's enough vitamin A to kill you. So don't do that. If you ever go to the North or South Pole, do they live in the South Pole? No, penguins live in both. I don't know about polar bears. Oh, this is the one for the story. Okay. Hold on. Are my Pokemon... I need to prepare. Are my Pokemon healed? After... Yes, okay. Okay, I don't know what Pokemon it is, and once you go in, you can't switch out your Pokemon. So, I don't know if I have a Pokemon that's good against it. Whatever we're gonna go against here. Did they mention it last time I streamed, like 2 weeks ago? 2 or 3 weeks ago? Yeah. I have psychology tagged twice? No? Oh, wait, I do. How does it even allow that? Okay, there we go. Fixed it. That's weird. That's weird they don't even allow that. I don't know how that happened. It wasn't like that before. Oh. I should add another tag. There's first playthrough, and then there's also first playthrough. Weird. For different tags. Okay. Okay, you'd think that like once you list a tag, then it just like not show you the option to click it. That's weird. Something's bothering me. TMZ stopped at the tower when it went wild, and then the tower was the cause of rogue mega evolution, right? So why are Pokemon in hyperspace Lumiose still rogue mega evolving? Oh, your DLC? Okay, I thought this was the main game. I've seen this one in online battles. Okay, I didn't know that was even a spoiler. I could have sworn I already did this in the game. Staraptor. It's fighting flying type. Okay, I can still switch out. Okay. Where is my Ampharos? My search boxes, type, electric. There you are. Only 53. Swap out for you. Be over here, so you're easier to find. Item. Ampharosite. All the Pokemon in my party can Mega Evolve. Okay. Do I have enough candy? No. Oh, not held items. Satchel. Oh, I can't? Well. Okay, I guess I can just use Gardevoir then for the fighting type. Yeah, and Mega Staraptor also has Contrary in Pokemon Champions, which is really good. It stopped people from using Incineroar online ever since it was made available. And I have 2 perfect stat Staraptors in Pokemon Go. So it'll be really nice once it gets released. I like how the Mega Evolution Cries also get a different sound now, instead of just being a slightly modified version of the original. Like they went through a filter of some sort. Uh-oh, that isn't good, wherever that is. It's only trying to attack me. Stage 2. Yeah, my Gardevoir has taken 0 damage this entire battle. How do I dodge that? It teleports right to my location. There's no way I can avoid it. Gotta time the dodge just right. Like against Arceus, Legends Arceus. It shoots those like yellow gold lasers at you. You gotta dodge it just the right fraction of a second every time. Let's see, what do we catch it with? I assume it's a guaranteed catch with this. Thinking like what matches it most. I think Timer Ball looks pretty good on it. Yeah, that matches the colors. So YouTube video of someone's skin changed because of their eating habits. Yeah. Allegedly, there was one person who claimed that eating habits can also change their eye color, but I haven't seen any like science on that, so I don't know if that's actually a thing. Study bonding angles in chemistry. No, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Guessing it's also related to biology. I mean, I imagine it is. You ever seen the like cartoon of like sociology is just applied psychology, psychology is just applied biology, biology is just applied chemistry, chemistry is just applied physics, and physics is just applied math. So yeah, chemistry will definitely involve biology. Especially since our bodies are made up of so many different elements. Like we consume so many metals. We consume potassium, magnesium, iron, zinc, sodium, copper. Like we consume a lot of metals. And yeah, nutrition is just another form of biochemistry in terms of like how to know what you should or shouldn't eat based on your lifestyle, your genes, and your goals. Are you trying to gain weight, gain muscle, gain fat? Are you young enough that you're still growing and you want to grow taller? There's different nutrients that can help you grow taller, which is not actually calcium. Calcium, so imagine like the tips of my fingers are bone molecules. What calcium does is it doesn't make your bones grow. It doesn't just have molecules and then add more molecules. What happens is you need to separate those molecules, and then calcium fills in the gaps. So they keep your bones dense while you're growing. And the nutrients that make your bones pull apart like that, so that calcium can then fill in the gaps, are the fat soluble vitamins. Vitamins A, D, E, and K, from what I remember in my nutrition textbook. But I read that back in like 2014, so it's been a long time. So maybe there's more nutrients on that list of what helps you grow now. But those like got milk ads, they would also, so like there's that Mario one where Mario jumps out of the 64 game and out of the TV and goes drinks milk and gets really giant. They say verbally in their words, milk helps you have strong bones, the calcium, because of the calcium in it. But they imply that it makes you grow taller, not just strong bones, but larger bones. It helps you grow, but it does not. You need to have fat soluble vitamins, and for them to be absorbed properly, you have to consume them with some fat. From what I've very briefly read, is at least 10 milligrams of fat, so like a handful of nuts of any kind should be enough. Some walnuts, peanuts, pecans, cashews, whatever. So it's not that hard to do it. It's just, you have to consciously think about how you're doing that. And there's also a section, I never finished that textbook, but where I stopped reading was right before the different stages of life where different nutrients need to be consumed in different amounts. I briefly like skimmed it a little bit, and you should be consuming, I think you're supposed to be consuming more calcium when you're like getting to like 50 or 60, because that's when your bones start to deteriorate. And so to reduce your risk of fractures, you want to consume more calcium to keep your bones strong, just to prevent that risk. But also, your bones are not just a static thing. They are living tissue. Like, they're making bone marrow, and bone marrow, I forget what bone marrow does, but it does something. I think it's like, it does something for your blood, I think. I forget. But your bones, not just your muscles, but also your bones will get stronger with exercise. So doing some sort of weightlifting while you are still young will help you have stronger bones in your elder years. Also, just having strong muscles in your elder years makes getting around a lot easier. So you don't need a walker, or you don't need help from other people. You can still be a lot more independent. And also, getting good sleep will prevent dementia, because in dementia patients, they found proteins that builds up in your brain throughout the day. And when you go to sleep, your brain flushes those proteins out. And so if over time you just chronically undersleep, those proteins aren't getting fully flushed out, so there'll still be some left, and they will slowly build up in your brain and eventually cause dementia. There was even one study that found under really weird circumstances, Alzheimer's was contagious. But the really weird circumstances is not something you ever have to worry about, hopefully, unless you are going to be in a situation where you have to do this. Someone was doing hormone replacement therapy, HRT. I don't know what hormone it was, but they were getting HRT with a hormone that came from a cadaver that had Alzheimer's, and they got Alzheimer's from that. So there was like some misfolded protein or something inside that hormone that, when transferred to another person, gave them Alzheimer's. I still don't know what hormone it was. I have to look it up. I probably read it, but I just don't remember which one it was. There's like 50 something hormones I think we have. And there's all sorts of different hormone replacement therapies if you're deficient in any particular one. Views on subjects that I'm missing a lot. Tetrahedral molecules, for example, or octahedral. I know what those words mean, but I don't know what that means in terms of chemistry. Like, I know tetra 4, octo means 8. So like, when like the drawing splits off into 4 versus 8 different branches of connected atoms, I'm not super into chemistry enough to understand. I listened to one chemistry audiobook. That's the most knowledge I have on that. Nutrition, I understand the biochemistry that is explained in the nutrition textbook. I don't understand chemistry enough to talk about the different shaped molecules that much. I know like B vitamins, the way they're named, like B1, 2, 3, and then 6, 9, and 12. I think B9 is a vitamin. They're named based on like how many molecules apart certain atoms are. That's what they're named. That's not why they're not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because they're not just being numbered on a list. They're named by their chemistry, their chemical makeup. So yeah, I can't talk much about chemistry. I can talk more about biology, which I am still only in the beginnings of learning. I'm much more into psychology, and I know a bit more about nutrition because I think everyone should know about nutrition. That's basic knowledge that should be like required learning in middle school. Because people still are scared of the word chemicals in food. Like people will still say they want chemical-free food, which they'll say, you know what I mean, even if I say like everything is a chemical, they'll say, you know what I mean. And I'm like, no, I don't, because what chemicals do you consider a chemical? If everything's a chemical, then the things that you think are chemicals as opposed to other matter, I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. So no, I don't. Like, I can just start naming everyday objects that you come in contact with all the time in their long chemical name, like dihydrogen monoxide is just water. Dihydrogen, two hydrogen, two hydrogens, mono, one oxide, one oxygen, H2O, water. And I can make it sound scary just by saying the chemical name. So, yeah. Molecular geometry, trying to skim through this. Somebody only studied it from an amateur level. Degrees of freedom in physics. Like people saying quantum mechanics proves free will or something. Quantum coherence. I haven't heard that term specifically. I've taken one physics class in college. That's it. And I've watched some physics and astronomy kind of stuff on TV. I follow one like actual physicist on TikTok who he's recently started doing these videos where he does like different levels of explanation for different things. I saw one a few days ago of explaining how magnets work at different like grade levels, depending. So like you're in middle school versus high school versus like early college, you've taken one physics class versus like you are a physicist to some extent, or you're actually like really study physicists or physics. And I don't understand the very highest level. I understood there was one where he like showed some like atoms like aligning inside of iron. I understood that they're all aligning like that. Because I think he said like all iron is technically capable of being magnetized, just a matter of like aligning the atoms or something. Google News about the same thing. Dementia is tied to sleeping disorders. Alzheimer's, picking your nose, while having dirty hands. I mean, yeah, you can get a lot of brain infections through your nose. That's why like nose surgeries are particularly dangerous, because you can get an infection. You have to be really careful about being very clean. Same with like teeth. If you don't brush your teeth a lot and your gums get a bunch of gunk in them and you start losing your gums start to deteriorate, then eventually you can lose enough gums that you can like get gunk up in there and it can reach up into your brain because of the blood vessels are very connected up there. Yeah, brain reaches, yeah, from nasal cavities, yeah. Very important for health. 90% of diseases can be prevented. I don't know about like all disease. I don't know about an exact number on that, but a lot can, yeah. the most common cause of death globally, not just like the US or Western countries, is heart disease. The most common cause of heart disease is high blood pressure. And the most common cause of high blood pressure is having too much sodium and not enough potassium. And when you have sodium, it holds on to water weight. And so if you ever go on a diet where you consume a lot less salt or anything sodium, like not all sodium is going to taste salty, like bread and wheat is going to have a lot of sodium. Well, not wheat, like just the wheat by itself, but like bread and tortillas and things that have wheat in them are going to have a lot of sodium in them, but they won't taste salty because sodium is only like half of sodium chloride. Also, the fact that we consume a lot of sodium without exercising to sweat out that sodium is another problem as well. So the number one cause of death globally can be reduced if everyone consumed less sodium and more potassium. But potassium, it's really hard to get enough of in your diet without actively thinking about trying to get potassium in your diet. And bananas are not as high in potassium as you'd think. It would take 8 bananas per day to get 100% of your potassium versus actually 3 potatoes. If you had 3 baked potatoes, just like an average potato like that big, just barely bigger than my fist, 3 of those would have enough potassium for your 100% daily requirements. But it's dangerous to get potassium from supplements because unless you're being advised to by a doctor or a dietitian, not nutritionist, a dietitian, because nutritionist is not a protected term in all but 2 states in the US. I don't know which states they are. And this was a long time ago, so maybe that's changed, the number of states. But dietitian is a registered person who understands and has studied and got a license to give you advice on nutrition. But nutritionist is just a label anyone can legally call themselves without getting in trouble, but sound like they're a professional on YouTube. So yeah, look for dietitians, registered dietitians, if you're gonna look for a YouTuber or a TikToker that's talking about nutrition. Where was I going with that? Unless you're like getting advice from a dietitian or a doctor on taking potassium supplements for whatever reason. I don't know what reason you would possibly need that for, but I'm sure there is one. You don't want to be taking that because since sodium, I forget how exactly, it was a long time ago I read this, that sodium and potassium somehow work together, but at the same time, when your sodium levels are high, your potassium levels are low and vice versa. So, since sodium holds on to water weight, if you have too much potassium that lowers your sodium levels too far, it can actually make you dehydrated no matter how much water you drink, because you won't have enough sodium in your body to hold on to that water that you're drinking. And so you can get severely dehydrated having too much potassium if you try to take it from supplements. So I don't think people will have a problem with me saying you should eat more potatoes if you want to get a lot of potassium. 3 potatoes a day. Potatoes are also the most satiating food. They are the most filling. So they're actually like not fries, but like a full potato with the skin and everything is the most filling food you can eat. Some people do recommend it for like weight loss diets because it will fill you up so much, so you'll eat fewer calories, even though potatoes are very starchy. They have some sort of protein in them that makes them very filling, I think. Plus, they have a lot of fiber in them too. Placebo effect. You can go, yeah, both ways. Yeah, the opposite of placebo. So placebo is when you get a benefit from that you were expecting when you weren't expecting it. And then the opposite is a nocebo, where you get a side effect when you didn't take the actual thing. And there are people who've been sent to the hospital for a nocebo effect during like research studies when they have people on the placebo versus some medication they're studying. So you can the placebo and nocebo effect can be good or bad in both ways. You can, so, which also has implications for people who think they got vaccine injured by the COVID vaccine. If they think they're going to have side effects from it, they can nocebo affect themselves into having side effects, which then just confirms their own bias that vaccines are dangerous when they are actually feeling symptoms that isn't even because of the actual chemicals that they got injected into them. It's because of their expectation of it. So that's why it's very important to like double blind and do all these kind of research things, so that you can't just go off of anecdote, because anecdotes aren't controlling for placebo and nocebo like that. Or people who are getting a selective bias in, is that what it's called? Or selection bias of information, where they're getting information. Like if you go on Twitter and you look at a bunch of people talking about this one topic, and like, wow, this is a really popular topic people are talking about, but you go out in real life and no one's talking about it. And it's just this internet trend that either only happens for people who are chronically online, or people are only comfortable talking about it online, or the type of people that hang out online a lot are the people who talk about it, but the people you meet in real life aren't online and won't know about it. So you get a selection bias, just trying to observe trends. So yeah, you can look online and see a bunch of people arguing about this or that or this or that, and they get really nasty and angry and mean to each other, and you're like, wow, people are really mean to each other. Look at all these people who are so angry, and they say like the worst insults and slurs, and like, you're like, wow, people are so mean. I want to go outside if people are going to act like this. But it's only people only act like that online when there's no consequences, because there's no person in front of them. Plus it's easier to separate themselves and see someone as an outsider when they're far away, quite literally. And they're also visibly, they aren't a person with expressions and emotions that they are showing this person directly to them. There's less interaction. Plus on the internet, our communication is very unnatural in the way that we can talk. Like we can talk in essays, we can write entire paragraphs plural before someone else can respond at all, which is not how we talk. We don't, in person, people don't just lecture back and forth. One person doesn't talk for 15 minutes straight and then wait for the other then let the other person talk for 15 minutes straight. They say like one or two sentences, and then the other person talks, and they go back and forth. So you might see someone write like 12 paragraphs about something. Oh, hello. Oh, thank you for the sub. I had to remember which alert that sound was. If I say, oh yeah, I already read that. Related to stress in some way, like the nocebo. Yeah, that'd be another thing too, is like wondering what people would be more prone to nocebo effects, because when you're given a medication where you're told to expect benefits and you get a side effect instead because you expected a side effect, yeah, that can have to do with personalities as well. And it can also, because a nocebo effect can happen from getting literally nothing, that could have implications for like potentially like personalities that can't have medication, because they will just have a nocebo effect regardless of what they have, because they have like some very strong fear of all medicine. That's potentially a thing that could happen, because if someone can end up in the hospital because of the nocebo effect, they can end up, and they're just like scared of medication as a whole, they can end up in the hospital from any medication that they take. So it's like, can you give that person medication? Is ethical do they have to go to therapy before they can take medication? Like, there's a lot of things that could happen with all that. Anyway, I don't know where else to go with that, so I'm going to play the game some more. You have a feeling you know what will be inside? Something other than the usual? Lots of berries. Hyper pomeg berry, kelpsy, qualit, hondu. All right, how many of each of them did I get? 5? Oh yeah, and better butter. Better butter, better butter. Great butter. I wonder how many more levels of butter there's going to be. 1 or 2, I imagine. Like 3 or 4 levels sounds like a decent number. Oh yeah, and also you would have a founder's badge now. Still have quite a few of those that aren't used yet. More butter. So we can get our Pokemon even further past level 100. Did you ever see the Terra leak for this game? Or not this game specifically. I don't know if there was information about this game, but there was the Terra leak, which was a leak of a whole bunch of data from, I think, just general Nintendo games, and a lot of it was Pokemon, or all of it was Pokemon. I don't remember which. There's a lot of Pokemon stuff, including a lot of cut Pokemon. I saw some of them, and one of them was they were going to make Missing No an official mythical Pokemon. It's going to be like a stone. There's going to be 2 different forms because of the 2 different types of Missing No in the Gen 1 games. There was one in Red and Blue, and there was a different one in Pokemon Yellow. They have different methods of finding them. The one in Yellow you get next to Lavender Town. And the cut design was going to be Missing No having both of those 2 different forms, and it was going to be a stone in the shapes of those Missing No forms with a bunch of unknown written on it, and I don't know what they said, if it was even legible. And they're going to have like legs, like on 4 legs carrying these stones. It's going to look kind of like the Ultra Beast Stakataka. Yep, so now we'll be able to increase our max level with the better donuts we can make. We're gonna get Luban. So does that mean we're gonna... Well, she has that Mega Dragalge, that's Dragon Poison. So we're going to be going against either a Dragon type that she'll be good against, or a Fairy or Grass type it'll be good against. I think you heard about it. Used to play the old Pokemon games 20 years ago, but never played the recent ones. very little into getting played Dota 2. Like Civilization. Was it Civilization? Or, I forget which word that's short for. Yeah, Civilization 5. Okay. And some GTA games. I used to play GTA at a friend's house, but I never owned it myself. I would play the new one if it was on PC. I don't know when it will be on PC. But so far it's only on Xbox and PlayStation. I wonder what stats that Star Raptor we caught has. Do they give it perfect stats? That'd be nice. Hear a voice calling faintly from it. Well, that's eerie. There's a Pokemon on the other side that's trying to tell us something. Have to keep surveying and find out, which means we'll need your donut teamwork. Back to the hotel before Luban blows a gasket. I mean, before Luban gets worried. Suppose I better. The writing in this game in the Legends games is a lot better. Scarlet and Violet also had some characters with good writing. The characters with bad writing, they would like make fun of the fact that like a character is one-dimensional, but the character doesn't like become self-aware and then start having more personality traits or anything. They just stay one-dimensional. What's that sound? Ooh. Way. Stay. Stay away. Oh, wait. Let me get this alarm off. Learned a lot about geopolitics playing Civilization 5. Yeah, I've heard people like learning how to structure economies using what is it? City Skylines? Is that which one it was? There was someone that found out that not having landlords made housing a lot better for the people in the game. Someone has sugar resources. They need to be prepared to be invaded. Oh, I've never played Civilization, any of those games. I don't think I've played any of those like big city simulator games. I think I did get City Skylines 2 on the Switch, but I never actually played it. Or was it PC? I thought I got it on one of those platforms. I was gonna stream it, but I never did. The concepts are usually 50-50. Family Wars. Sued to play you sued to play these Skylines with the first ones like 10 years ago. I don't know what that means. There was what was that one that was on the Super Nintendo a long time ago? Like SimCity, that's it. I probably would have had a lot more time to enjoy a long form game like that when I was like a teenager or during COVID. Played a lot of Animal Crossing during COVID because that was the new game and that was what everyone else was playing around me. Yeah, hiccups. That was a lot of fun back then. And now with Pokopia, which is way better than Animal Crossing, New Horizons was, people don't have the free time to buy a game that they're going to put a lot of time into and then play online and meet up with each other. So I haven't really gotten to play Pokopia with anyone so far. Mobile Legends? Mobile game that close to Dota. Okay, so it's like a MOBA game then? I tried playing, was that Pokemon MOBA game called? I forget. Pokemon Unite, that's it, okay. I tried playing that one. Played a little bit for like a week or two, and then I saw someone point out how there's like pay to win stuff in there. I'm like, I don't want to play that anymore. If it's pay to win, no more. No thanks. Because like you can pay real money to upgrade your items that give you better effects, which you can only if you were to try to play through the game to earn those instead of paying real money. It took you a very long time, and you have to win in order to level up to be able to like get in-game currency to then upgrade those things. But if someone else just pays real money, then they'll start beating you because they paid to win. So then you'll just never catch up because the pay-to-win people are just paying to win, and now you can't win without also paying. So you're just going to lose until you eventually pay yourself or pay the game, pay for stuff yourself and do it. As before, Storm My Main Bro it's the come at me bro meme. That was a long dead meme. No one uses it anymore. I just added the word straw man instead of come at me. It was just, I was getting straw man so much, I was just like, I turned it into a meme of like, now I anticipate being straw manned. So, yeah, it's just, I expect to be misunderstood a lot. Especially since I was homeschooled and I live in a rural area and I also read a lot of books, so, which is a lot of things that come together to mean that I don't speak like most other people do. So when I speak differently, when I mean a word literally, people don't think I mean it literally, and they think there is something between the lines that I didn't explicitly say that I secretly meant, and I didn't mean it. And so I don't know what people are expecting me to mean between the lines before I say something a lot of the time, and so I just have no idea what intention they're going to assume I have or whatever. Not literally as in literally versus metaphorically or literally versus sarcastically, but you can say something that is technically true, but in the context of saying it, it sounds like you're trying to imply something else. Like if you talk about, here's why tattoos are bad for your skin or something, to a person who just got a tattoo, it sounds like you're insulting them, kind of thing. Like, you can say something like there's nothing incorrect about what you're saying, but in the context of what you're saying, it can sound like you're trying to say something behind those words. And I don't always anticipate what those might be. And sometimes I'm completely shocked how someone could like completely change what I meant or what I said into something entirely different based on a whole slew of assumptions. I don't know who burned them, who mistreated them or something in their past to make them think that whatever I said meant anything near what they thought it meant or whatever. But yeah, I don't like go out and live in this city or something and see what people are like out there, so I don't know what ways other people use the same words that I use. So I don't know what 20 other ways to interpret the things that I say might end up being the thing that they assume. And I've had to learn to like over-explain myself, but if I talk too long, then people don't listen. Or if I type some long essay to make sure that like, okay, I want to say this one thing that would take like 12 words to say, but I know there's like 3 different assumptions that people could say, but it's going to take so long for me to explain all those 3 assumptions that I only have space to type out 1 or 2 of them to make sure that no one makes those 2 assumptions. But then I end up writing so much that no one reads it. And so it's either I say the short thing and have people assume the thing that I expect them to assume that I didn't actually mean, or I write an essay to explain the things before someone tries to assume it, that no, that's not what I mean. I don't mean this and I don't mean that. And then no one reads it. And I've had this happen where I typed in a chat and I wrote an essay to make sure that no one makes any of the assumptions that I expect someone to might make. No one read it. No one replied to me. Then I said the exact same thing with the shortened version where I don't explain away any of those assumptions first. And then I got a whole bunch of people replying to me, making the exact assumptions that I tried to prevent with the first essay. So because of that, either be misunderstood when you say the short thing, when you know there's going to be those assumptions, or say the long thing and have no one listen. I have to try to find the middle ground of how do I compact a whole bunch more meanings into fewer words and be very concise. So I've had to try to figure out how to do that over time because of being misunderstood a lot. Anyway, I don't know where else to go with that, so I'm going to keep playing. See the sights of Lumios. Isn't she from this region? I don't know, because I think she's one of the gym leaders in Gen 6, but I don't know which town or city she's from. If I remember right, Lumiose City is where the electric gym leader is, which is one of the characters that follows Ash around in the anime. Between conscious and consciousness. Isn't that just the same thing, but you're talking about it's just like a different form of the same word, like overt versus overtly, like adjective versus adverb or whatever. Oh, conscience. Well, conscience is like your sense of right and wrong. Then consciousness is just like being aware at the most like very basic level of like the very simplest way of saying something that is very complicated and highly debated and all that. But yeah. Well, conscience with the N and the conscience spelled that way is just like, you know, Jiminy Cricket from Pinocchio. Oh, your conscience. He's like, you're the voice in your head saying to not do something bad, right? I'm not sure where you're going with conscience versus consciousness. Or do you mean conscience-ness? It's getting autocorrected or something? Animals, yeah. Plenty of animals have sense of morality. There's studies where they have like there are these bats that they all help each other feed each other's babies as a group. All the mothers, and I forget, this is a vampire bat. They have blood. They eat and drink blood. And the mothers will go collect blood and fill up their cheeks with it, and they'll help other bats in their group also feed their babies, so they all help each other out as a group. And if you take one of those bats and you inflate their cheeks with air to make it look like they have blood that they don't, so it looks like they're holding out on the other, on giving blood to the other babies, the other bats will like shun and stay away from that one that isn't helping the rest of them, because they're all supposed to be working as a team, and that one looks like it's not doing that. But yeah, there's a lot of animals that have a sense of morality. There's also studies of having, I think, was it baboons? Some sort of monkey has a tail. It was like capuchin monkeys or something. If you have them do a task, they give you a pebble and they get a reward, a food reward. And if you give them both some cucumber, they give you a stone, a little pebble, and then you give them a cucumber as a reward. They keep on doing that. And there's two of them next to each other. They can see each other, but they're in like separate cages or boxes or whatever. They can see each other. They both do this, and they're both satisfied with getting the cucumber as a reward for the pebble. But if out of nowhere you decide to give one of them a grape instead of a cucumber piece, then the one getting the cucumber just tosses it back at you and starts shaking the cage and demands you give them a grape as well, because they see that as unfair. That they're both doing the same task, but one of them gets rewarded with something better than cucumber. They get grapes. Those are sweeter. They're tastier. So yeah, there's definitely research on plenty of other animals having a sense of like morality, if that's what you're talking about. There's even birds as well. I forget what the study was, but there's ways that it was found in birds too. Yeah, any sort of social animal is going to have some way of maintaining social order. So monkeys that are very social, they groom each other and they play with each other, and they roam around together as groups. Those bats that are social and they share food with each other's babies. Many birds that are social, like I imagine penguins have some sort of social order. There's also like chickens have the pecking order, which they maintain. I don't know anything about like moral behavior in chickens, but yeah, there's always any social animal is going to have ways of sustaining that social stability that they have. Just complexity of it. So a logical way, every organic life form has a form of it. I don't know about every life form. Like I don't think plants, I don't know how you would even study if plants have a sense of morality, because there are some plants that are found to communicate with each other. I think at a chemical level, like through their roots, they're able to communicate. Like if one of them is getting chopped down, like if you chop down a tree in a forest, they can send a signal to a bunch of other trees that something dangerous is happening that's making one of them get chopped down. Or if one is on fire during a forest fire or something. So no idea how you would study that if trees in a forest have some sort of morality, but because there are various plants that show that they can see, in a sense. Because there was this plant, it's like a vine plant that wraps around things and it can mimic other plants. And it was thought at first that the plant was like smelling something, or somehow it was able to get information about the DNA of the plant that it was imitating. So what researchers did was they put the plant not next to another living plant, but next to a plastic plant. And the mimicking plant was able to mimic a plastic plant, which means it's not getting some plant pheromone, some chemical signal, some electrical signal. It is seeing it. It is looking at it somehow. It is able to distinguish patterns of light in some capacity. Which also has implications for like what you could get it to mimic. Like, could you make a fake plant with a bunch of leaves shaped like cat heads? So it has like a little round thing with two ears. Could you get it to the plant to, or would that be too unplant-like for the mimicking plant to try to mimic that? Like that would be interesting to look at. Like how far could you get it to look unlike any plant that exists? If you could just invent new plants for it to mimic, essentially. Invent fake plastic plants. maybe an animal will forget sooner. There's a lot. Animals have plenty long-term memory. Apparently, the goldfish having really short memory spans is a myth. They actually can remember things. It was like some really bad study, or just I forget if it was either a badly conducted study or if it was just a complete myth that someone made up, that fish only have a memory span of like 5 minutes. But no, they can remember people who fed them for years. Also, goldfish actually get really big if you give them enough food and space. Like, they can get like huge, like weighing over 50 pounds. Like, I think there was like a swamp or something someone had a goldfish in. I don't know if it was one they fed or if they just found it, but it was huge. That's another thing about like nutrition and growing taller, is other animals can also get really big if they're given enough space to live in and enough food to put into their bodies to grow with, because you chemically, physically are what you eat. You're putting stuff into your body that your body's made out of. You're drinking the water that makes up the 72%-ish amount of water in your body, the calcium that goes into your bones and all that. So you can eat your way into growing taller if you are still at that growing age. And another thing is there's a lot of problems with like genetics research on heritability, because heritability isn't a measurement of how much genes control something. It's like a correlation between genes, or between like, yeah, a correlation between genes and changes in traits, which kind of sounds like the same thing, but it's not. So a trait that, if you were to test it in the 1950s, how heritable it was, if you were to test how heritable the behavior of piercing your ears and wearing earrings regularly in the 1950s, it would be at near 100%, because it was almost unheard of for men to wear earrings back then, and almost all of it was women. So in a sense, it would be genetic, because it is XXXY chromosomes, and yeah, there's like the various other kinds of chromosome combinations that can exist, but no one's really testing for those, especially probably not back then. So you wouldn't know if you had it unless you had like some medical condition because of it. But yeah, it would basically be near 100% genetic, or heritable, not genetic, heritable, because of that correlation. But the number of fingers you have on your hand would be almost 0% heritable, because it is extremely rare for there to be like some genetic condition or whatever where you have one fewer finger, or you have like an extra finger or two on one hand. But it's much more likely that you will be missing a finger because of an accident, like people who are doing woodwork and they're using a saw all the time and they're cutting their fingers off by accident. So it would be near 0% heritability, even though the number of fingers you have in your hand is because of genes, not because of, you didn't learn how to grow an extra finger or learn how to lose a finger, like you did it on accident. But it would technically, the number of fingers on your hand would be low heritable, because it's measuring the difference it's comparing the genes compared to the difference in the trait. So because there is no correlation between genes and the number of fingers you have in your hand, because the vast majority of differences is because of a loss of a finger due to an accident, it would be almost 0% because it doesn't correlate with genes at all. It correlates with accidents. So it would be 0% heritability. So it's a really weird, there's a lot of misunderstandings about what it means, and it leads to a lot of people misunderstanding what research on heritability means. So if you found high heritability in, let's say height, since we're talking about that. It could mean it's genetic, but it could also mean that families don't really change their income level, and so the parents have the same level of nutrition that their kids also get. So if parents were rich and they got really good nutrition growing up, so they grew really tall, then they'll also be rich when they have kids themselves, and their kids will also get good nutrition, also grow really tall. And same thing with poverty. If they're really impoverished and then they have kids and their kids are also poor, then they'll be as equally short. Which is why you also have to control for a lot of other factors, including income, when you're doing all these things, because when you're looking at genetics research and heritability. Because you can end up being like, oh wow, this is really heritable because the human genome was only sequenced in a single person like 2 or 3 years ago for the first time. So it's not like heritability research is like is looking through a microscope at every single gene someone has and looking at, here's like 5 genes that are correlated with this trait. They're just like, here's your parents, here's siblings, here's twins, identical twins separated at birth, so they had different lives. But even then, twins separated at birth is a problem too, because identical twins who look the same, and if there's any amount, because they're probably growing up in the same orphanage, they're gonna grow up the same up until they're adopted. And similar types of parents adopt similar types of kids. So you are getting a self-selection bias in terms of how much they're going to differ. And the only way to control for that would be to randomize who gets adopted by who, which is a very unethical thing to do. Obviously, I don't think I need to explain how that is unethical, to just give random adults children to take care of. You don't know what kind of, because I imagine like adoption is like you have to look at like their parents' history or in their income levels and stuff to make sure that the adopted kids can be taken care of very well. Imagine there's a big process. I've never looked into adoption at all. I don't know what that's like. All I know is orphanages are a not very nice place to be, apparently. There's a lot of problems with orphanages and adoption centers. Which could also affect how twins separated at birth could be affected, because they could end up being the same, but they're not the same because of genetics, but because they were both at that orphanage that did something to them that affected them up until adulthood. Because you can be your personality can be affected by how you're treated as a baby before you can form long-term memories at all. Like back in the 40s and 50s, when they were doing a whole lot of very unethical research, they started doing things where they would attend to babies and give them attention at different time periods. Some of them they would just check on them every 2 or 3 hours or something, like some cycle, that regardless of whether or not the baby was crying. Some they would attend to them every single time they cried, and some babies they would only attend to when they weren't crying. And they grew up with very different personalities. I forget exactly what the results were. I think it was babies that were only attended to during certain time periods, that had nothing to do with whether or not they were crying, just felt very indifferent about everything. There were kids that grew up with babies that were attended to every time they cried, grew up to be very trusting of people, and then babies that were only attended to when they weren't crying were very untrusting of people. And the middle ground of trusting and untrusting is just being indifferent and just kind of feeling separated from everything, because your behavior didn't affect anything, so it doesn't seem like your behavior is worth, it doesn't feel like you have any reward for your efforts, because you can't just be like, oh, if I stop crying then I'll get attention, or I cry and then I get attention. It's just like, it doesn't matter, so I'm just going to get attention at these time periods anyway, regardless of what I do. So they feel very indifferent to the world. So you don't even necessarily need conscious memory to have memory affect your behavior in adulthood. Animals not being able to mirror another mirror is another misconception. Yeah, animals can mirror. I imagine at least social animals can. I don't know what all entails in mirroring behavior. One thing that's unique about humans is not mirroring behavior, but actively teaching things. So like even our closest relatives like chimpanzees and bonobos, which bonobos aren't talked about enough, they can learn, like the babies can learn from their parents and the other adults in their group. I don't know what you call groups of chimpanzees or bonobos. But they never actively go, the adults never go actively go out of their way to teach them things. They just watch them do stuff and then mimic it. So you can teach like a chimpanzee to cook food, but if you teach a chimpanzee to cook and then put them in a group of chimpanzees, they won't go out of their way to teach other chimpanzees how to cook. Their culture isn't quite that. It just doesn't. It lacks that feature, I guess. I don't know what else to say to describe it that way. Oh, like recognize themselves in a mirror, like the mirror test. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, recognize. Yeah, I didn't read the whole thing. Yeah, but there's a lot of animals that they will pass the mirror test. Like elephants will lift up their front leg to look at the bottom of their foot in a mirror. You know, I know that about elephants. Chimpanzees, if you put a little sticker on their forehead, or if you sedate them and then like put a little sticker or draw a mark on their forehead that they can't feel, and then when they wake up and they look in a mirror, they will actually like scratch at it on their forehead because they recognize themselves in the mirror. They'll try to get it off. Like it's a bug. 3 blue, 1 brown. I don't know what that is. A lot of math and physics. I don't know that channel now. They found a way to make parents have twins. I don't know. I didn't know that's how it was. Who found it out? But I know that you can. Because cells divide, and identical twins come from the same initial embryo, the same zygote. And if you split that, if you separate the cells that are multiplying and so they're not touching each other, before they reach more than I think like 16 cells, they will become identical twins. I think identical twins are also shorter on average because of that somehow. I think it's, I don't know how much of it has to do with because they come from the same body, so there's like less energy. Like the cells were programmed to exert some amount of energy into growing, and because you split them, now they've split that amount of energy, or if it just has to do with like less energy to go around when there's 2 babies together in the womb together at the same time. I don't know if identical twins are shorter on average than fraternal twins. I know how you can, if you wanted to, for whatever reason, cause identical twins. I I didn't know that's how or who found it out. Yeah. The rabbits and submarine experiment? No? They tested if rabbits had telepathy. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't know about that specific study in particular, but I know there were studies during that time period, during like 50s and 60s, of governments trying to see if telepathy existed. Yeah, I didn't know about that one in particular, but I know it was part of a whole lot of studies. Now, looking at it. Yeah, there's no telepathy. Yeah, there's a lot of messed up studies from that time period. There's another one where they took dogs and surgically removed their heads and stitched it to another dog to see how long the head would survive. And the stitched on head on the other dog would live, I think, for like a week or something and drink water and eat. I think they connected the tubes and everything. The monkey too. Yeah, there's a lot of messed up experiments from that time. I don't know what they were trying to prove with the head thing. From Russia? I don't know who did what studies. I just know there's a lot of messed up stuff back then. There's still messed up stuff that happens now, but it doesn't get talked about a whole lot. I mean, basically all animal research is really messed up. It's like your cosmetics, just makeup, any shampoo or conditioners, face washes, soaps, they get like put into the eyes of rabbits to see whether or not it's bad for your eyes. So if you look at a shampoo and it says keep out of eyes, that means they put it into a rabbit's eye to find out that it's bad for your eyes. Cosmetics, for some reason, is rabbits. A lot of research is done on mice and rats because they have very short lifespans. So there's research being done on lifespan extension being done on mice because they have such short lifespans that you can do a lot of research on a lot of mice without having to wait a long time because they're not going to live very long anyway. So it's also very easy to go through a lot of them and go through a lot of generations too, if you can like find any sort of genetic component to lifespan extension. And see, like this mouse lives an extra 30 days or something, and then selectively breed or whatever. Yeah, there's lifespan extension research where they intentionally aged a mouse and then reversed the age of the mouse. So they made it age faster and then reversed it, what they just did. So you can reverse aging. The Yamanaka factors, named after the scientist who discovered it. It's these 4 components in, I think, genes, like 4 genes you can turn on or off that will make them revert back to a stem cell, which can be used for all the things that you can do with stem cells. Like you could use that to just take a little bit of skin off of someone's arm or shoulder or whatever, make stem cells into it, and then you can turn those stem cells into any kind of cell. So if someone has there is research going into making 3D printed organs. So you could just take any cell, any type of cell from somebody, take the DNA from it, turn it into a stem cell, and then 3D print a new heart if someone has heart disease. And then because it's their own DNA that the heart is made out of, there won't be any rejection issues. So you won't have to take like some immune system suppressing drug for the rest of your life to prevent your body from rejecting the new heart from somebody else's genes or from some mechanical heart or whatever. So that would be really cool. I think the only thing that's been 3D printed since I last looked was a 3D kidney, and I don't even know if it was a human kidney. I think it was like a rat kidney or something that was 3D printed and it worked. So that's another thing that we could potentially do to expand life or extend lifespans is as soon as one organ starts going wrong, you just 3D print a new one with the person's genes. Got a lung that's wrong? Take a little skin sample and make a whole new lung, 3D print it, and replace the old one that was cancerous or whatever. Movie The Island. What was it, like Steven Spielberg or something? That horror movie where they're on the island and they age really fast, like turn into elderly people in a week or something. I saw the end of it. I never saw the whole thing. It was just someone else, my family was watching it, and I saw the end. With today's technology, I think we're far away from that scenario. Yeah, and there was some graph someone was talking about, some scientist was talking about, I forget what it's called, but there's like a graph where there's the lifespan people are reaching versus how much older the expected life the current life expectancy versus how much a new medical advancement has increased is expected to increase the average lifespan. And so eventually what happens is there will be a point where, oh, people are now expected to live an extra 1 year, but we found a way to increase their lifespan by an average of 3 months. But eventually what happens is the lifespan, the life expectancy will be increased faster than people are aging. So for every month people, or for every year people live, scientists find a way to increase the lifespan of up to 2 months. So now you get an extra 2 months per year that you were going to be expected to live. And eventually then it's every 1 year scientists find a new way to increase your lifespan by 3 months. And then every 1 year scientists increase your lifespan by 6 months, and so on until you reach a point where they're equal or scientists go faster. So for every 1 year of medical research, scientists find a way to increase your lifespan by 2 years. And at that point, theoretically, humans would be immortal. Because every time we start aging more, scientists find a way to increase your lifespan even more than you are currently aging. And so they will just reverse your age faster than you can age. In theory. But cells can only divide a certain amount of times, but that could also mean that you just make stem cells of yourself that you want to use for extending your lifespan and freeze them so that they're not multiplying, but they can be used later. And then when you want to increase your lifespan and use some of those stem cells, then you just take some, and then you have less of that risk of the limited amount of times your cells can multiply, limiting the amount of times that you can reverse your age, if that ends up becoming a thing. And I was listening, or I listened to an audiobook, or you call that reading, I don't know, by David Sinclair, who is a geneticist working at Harvard studying lifespan. And he started off his book saying that not starting off the book, but he thinks that humans that there are humans living today who will live to see their 150th birthday. And then he starts off the book saying that he dedicates it to his great-great-grandchildren who he is looking forward to meeting. That he thinks that lifespan extension research has advanced enough that we will find a way to extend our lifespans to at least that much within our lifetime. Within his own lifetime, and he's already, what, like 50? Yeah, just a matter of getting to the point where scientists find a way to increase your lifespan as much as you are aging or faster. So you age 1 year, and then scientists find a way to increase your lifespan by that year you just aged, or by more than that year you aged, so effectively you're reversing it. Clones from the island were forced to eat healthy in order to keep the organs safe. Oh, the movie. I don't know about the movie. I didn't see all the details. I just saw the very end. So I don't know how significant the ending... I don't even know what the ending meant because I didn't watch the rest of it. I think like the people found out they were being experimented on and got the guy in trouble who was doing it. Clones of rich people, they lied. Oh, they were making it... Okay, so they were making clones of rich people to extend the lifespans of specifically those rich people they were making clones of. And the thing about clones, though, is if you made a clone, you wouldn't... Well, because of the movie, they're aging very, very quickly. But clones would live a normal lifespan. Like, you theoretically can clone any organism now. It's just the ethics of it. I don't understand exactly what all the ethical considerations are, because effectively you're just making an identical twin, right? It's all the same DNA. They're just like you. They're just an identical twin that was born much later. But I guess it's just a lot of weird, creepy things people can do with cloning technology. It's just like, in a bubble, a lot of things are fine, but in the context of all the cultural surroundings, there's a lot of messed up things that can go wrong with, or a lot of messed up things that some people in society could do with some sort of technology if you allow it to be used. Yeah, there is a lot of technology that, in theory, could exist, but no one wants it to exist because no one wants to be in a world where someone they don't trust could have that technology. Or was allowed to use it, even if it did exist. Each person would have a clone. You just replace it with the clones. One if your organs failed. Also, they used it to like age the clones to a certain age where they would then use their organs for that. Like 30 when they're 5 years. Yeah. I remember at the end there was like toddlers that ended up being in their 40s or something. Because of how they were aging super fast on the island. And I wonder whether, if that was even possible to physically age someone in every way really fast, what that would do to someone mentally, because you don't just get taller and get wrinkly. Your brain goes through different capabilities that it can do as you age. There's the Piaget's stages of development, where like kids don't understand the difference between counting things and the size of things. So if you get like, they show like a little kid who's like 4 or 5 years old, and you get like 5 quarters or 5 little graham crackers or something, and you put it in front of them, and like 1 2 3 4 5, and you're like 1 2 3 4 5, and then like, do we both have the same amount of coins or crackers? And like, yeah. And then they just take the ones that they have and then separate them and make them further apart. They didn't add any. Then the kids suddenly like, well, now it's bigger, so now they're further away, so now you have more than me. But then once you're like 7 or 8, then you understand that, but then you can't understand somebody else's perspective until you're about 7 or 8. So there was kids that were like 6 years old, and they would get this like little like volcano figurine, this volcano statue thing, and they would have a tree on one side and an owl on the other side, and then ask the kid what they think the adult on the other side is seeing, and the kid would say that the adult is seeing the owl that's in front of them, not the tree that's in front of the adult, because they can't see on the other side. But then once the kid is older, then like about 8 years old, then they stand up and look over it and see that there's a tree on the other side, and that the adult is seeing something different. So they know to look for someone else's perspective. But before that age, then they just project everything they see onto an adult or whoever else they're talking about. So they think everyone else sees what they see, which is why you get like little kids that will like cover themselves up in a blanket, and because they can't see anyone else, they think they are invisible. They can't be seen. And then there's also, once you're about 13, you're able to start thinking abstractly. So I remember that there's like a video of the Piaget's stages of development on YouTube. You can watch it. I don't know if I think there's like a copyright reason I can't watch it on stream. There's like psychological experiments like that for some reason they're copyrighted. Where they tell a kid some abstract rules. Quiet. Phone alarm. They tell the kids some rules. It's like 10 years old. If a feather hits a brick, the brick will break. And the little 10-year-old kid will be like, no, it won't. And then they say, after explaining what the rule is, and they say, a feather hits a brick, what happens? He said, nothing. It's a feather. It's not going to break anything. Then you get a 13-year-old, and you say the same thing. You explain the rule. If a feather hits a brick, the brick will break. And then you ask them, if a feather hits a brick, what will happen? And then they say, it will break. So they're able to understand like hypotheticals and abstract concepts. And also, I think 13 or 14 is the age that you start teaching kids like algebra, which is the point where you are switching letters or numbers with letters, and you're thinking more abstractly about math rather than the exact quantities of things. But you're understanding like what different ways can you rearrange an equation to figure out what the other number is in different ways. And algebra is really useful in physics. I used a lot of algebra in my one physics class I took in college. And you have a lot of like Greek letters. Yeah, Greek letters for a lot of the different equations to represent different things. Like the alpha symbol was used to represent buoyancy in water, which measuring buoyancy was the hardest thing. It's not just buoyancy that you're measuring, like how much something will float in water, but the buoyancy change between fresh water and salt water, which has to be a thing that you calculate for, because when you're bringing in shipments on a ship, bringing in a bunch of cargo on a ship, the ship will be more buoyant and flow up higher in salt water than it will in fresh water. So if you're filling up, if you're putting all the stuff on top of the ship in the ocean, and then you're shipping it to somewhere where it's going to dock and then drop everything off in a river where it's fresh water, you have to know how much that ship is going to sink once it goes into the fresh water, so it doesn't just completely sink underwater because you didn't calculate for that difference. And that was the hardest thing in that physics class, was calculating the difference in buoyancy between salt and fresh water. There's a lot of math. The physics class I took was a lot of applied math and mostly algebra. What is this video? Mute the PC. Oh, this is the 3 blue, 1 brown math channel. I'm not huge into math. I know math is very useful. I'm not denying its usefulness. It's just, it's not my personal interest in math. I am mainly, the biology that I do learn, I mainly learn it because I want to find out ways that's related to both nutrition, which I have an interest in, and also psychology, because there's nature versus nurture, which is kind of a bad way of phrasing it. It's not nature versus nurture like it's either or, it's nature and nurture that work together in different ways. Like you can have a gene that makes you more susceptible to PTSD from the same experience someone else gets without that gene. So 2 people can experience the same thing, but one person has the PTSD increasing risk gene and they get PTSD from that experience, but the other person who is right next to them doesn't. There's some other example that I know I had, but I forgot what it was, on how to like biology and psychology work together. On like nature and nurture. Oh, testosterone is, it used to be believed that it caused aggression, but it was discovered in like 1985 by Robert Sapolsky that testosterone is a culturally relative or a culturally determinate, whatever the exact wording is, hormone. That culture affects how it changes behaviors. He studies baboons. He goes and sees them in Africa somewhere every summer or something like that, and he checks their hormones levels and watches their behavior. And one day when he was studying those baboons, the aggressive ones, the baboons found a trash can that was being filled up with a bunch of food that was just a few hours old, so it wasn't bad, and so the baboons were eat it up. But only the aggressive ones got access to it because they would just chase off the non-aggressive baboons. So only the aggressive ones got to eat all of this food from the trash can. That was all perfectly good, just a few hours old at a restaurant that was tossing out food they didn't sell that day. And then one day, the food that the restaurant was throwing out wasn't just because it was a few hours old and they didn't sell it that day, but it was because of salmonella poisoning. And so what happened was all the aggressive baboons then got that salmonella, died, and all that was left of the baboons, by the way, the aggressive ones are all males. Only the very friendly males were left. And then at that point, well, something I forgot to explain was the aggressive males had the highest testosterone at the time compared to the friendly ones. But then what happened after the aggressive ones died from the salmonella food, the friendly baboons, male baboons, then had high testosterone, as high as the aggressive ones did at the time. And it's because now being friendly and they're like grooming each other and like getting ticks out of each other's fur and stuff was the way of gaining social status, not aggression. So testosterone is a hormone that affects status seeking and maintaining behaviors, but not status seeking in terms of like picking a fight with the guy who's the top, who is like the highest hierarchy in their social order, and trying to beat him so then you are now the new highest order one. But it is maintaining the social order that already exists, the social hierarchy. So if you had baboon who is rank A, the very top, and you had baboon at rank B, C, D, E, F, and so on, C would not pick a fight with B. He would only pick a fight with D because D is beneath him, and D would not pick a fight with C, and so on. So that means that because baboons are very closely related to us, it's unlikely that hormone has changed in what it does behaviorally to us compared to baboons, which would mean that if you gave testosterone to a bunch of gym bros, they would do whatever they think is currently makes them better than other people. So they will be mean to people they think is worse than them. So giving a racist man testosterone will make him be more racist, or misogynist, or whatever it is. But if you give some Buddhist monks a bunch of testosterone, they would just do a bunch of random acts of kindness because that's how they get social status in their world. Not through aggression, not through being mean, but through being kind. That is how they get social status. So that is what it would encourage them to do. Also, what's the word? Oxytocin is also another culturally dependent hormone. It's usually thought of as the love hormone because you give it to someone and they feel their oxytocin goes up when they hug someone. They become more friendly with people when they have oxytocin, but that is only in the context of the research studies that have been done, where everyone in the study is someone that to some level they trusted. But if someone doesn't trust somebody, or if they don't like somebody, oxytocin actually makes them more mean to that person. Because oxytocin is not a love hormone, a friendliness hormone, or whatever. It is a hormone that exaggerates your sense of us versus them. So again, with like, if you tried to like spray oxytocin into the air so everyone breathes it, and you think like, oh, I'm going to cause world peace by spraying oxytocin in the air. No, you're going to make everyone who's racist, who sees people of another race as a them, as even more of a them, and they'll become worse at that, not better. They'll be even more mean towards people of other races. They won't suddenly want to hug everyone regardless of race or whatever. So that is one way that nurture and nature work together, is a hormone that what it does to your behavior is determined by your current culture that you live in and your perception of other people within that culture. Whether you consider someone in your in-group or an out-group member, or if you consider someone in a lower or higher social status than yourself, those same hormones will affect your behavior differently depending on those factors. So even if you can say like you can't just say something is biological, because what does that mean? Like, it's just going to, yeah, a hormone is biological. It is a chemical, but it is a chemical that changes what it does to your behavior based on your culture. So it's not like you can just completely separate your mind versus your hormones and versus your muscles and your gut microbiome and all of that. All these things are connected. And there's another thing too, is your gut microbiome. Mice were cured of depression by giving them a fecal transplant from non-depressed mice, because their microbiome affected or caused their depression. Not saying like that's the one and only cause of depression in all cases or whatever, but that was a component that was treated in mice. So your behavior can also change what bacteria your body nourishes or not. So if something happened to that mouse that made it feel depressed, or something happens to you, it can affect your behavior, and your behavior will change what amount of hormones you're getting in your body, what your metabolism is going to be. If you feel very depressed, you're not going to want to go outside and exercise. So you're going to get less vitamin D. Vitamin D is technically a misnomer. It's not a vitamin, because vitamin is a chemical compound that your body can't produce on its own, and you can only get through diet. Vitamin D, because you can get it from the sun, it is not a vitamin because you can get it from the sun. Is not food. It is considered a pro-hormone. I'm not sure what pro-hormone means exactly, but that's what it is. If you're not going outside, you're going to get less vitamin D when you're depressed, which will then make you feel even more depressed, because you're not getting vitamin D, and vitamin D improves your mood. And if you're not going outside, it probably means you're not exercising, and exercising also increases your mood, because that increases your endorphins, and endorphins are a built-in painkiller in your body. And when you have a painkiller, painkillers not only reduce physical pain but also emotional pain. So it will make everything also, if you're not exercising, any emotional stress or sadness or anger or whatever will feel worse than if you did exercise, because you're not getting those painkiller hormones to make your bad emotions feel less bad. Also, spicy food will increase your mood, because endorphins are a painkiller. Your body will make the endorphins to reduce the pain of spiciness, and so your body, spicy food could improve your mood as well. I don't know if that is only a temporary thing, like you just temporarily increase your mood for the time that you're having the spicy food, or if you can like increase your spiciness tolerance over time, and then you have like a different base level of endorphins that is prepared for higher and higher levels of spicy foods. I don't know if that's been researched. But yeah, you can end up spiraling, because the depression will cause you to do more things that will cause your depression to get worse. And different hormones and chemical things going on in your body based on not exercising and increasing your endorphins, or going outside and getting more vitamin D, will affect what microorganisms are being benefited or detrimented. Is that a word? Detrimented? What are having good or bad, what are being benefited and what are being harmed. I can watch it later. It's saved now. I can watch it later. I don't know what videos are or not, or are not copyrighted, so I don't know if I want to watch it on stream. Like 10 videos from that channel. I don't watch that one, but I know there is a channel that does simulations. What's it called? It's like Prime something. No. Boy. Primer. So just Primer, Primer. This guy does these animations with these little blobs of different colors. And he goes through mathematical simulations, emulating how different creatures would evolve. Because evolution is effectively process by elimination. So random mutations will happen all the time. Some of them will be beneficial, some will be neutral, and you might not even notice it, or it'll be something you will notice, but it doesn't affect their survival rate. And other ones will increase their chances of survival and increase their reproductive success. So they will have more babies. So evolution is just what makes more babies exist. Whatever makes an organism live long enough to reproduce is what is considered evolutionary advantageous. It is not a moral thing. It is not anything else. It is there is no leveling up in evolution. It is just whatever survives and then reproduces will continue to exist. And if it reproduces enough, it could eventually mean that the one that didn't get that mutated trait will not survive because the other one is eating up all the food, and so the other one goes extinct because it can't get food as fast as the mutated version that has some beneficial trait. Makes it a bit better at getting food or something. Because there's only so much food to go around. If there was unlimited resources, then that wouldn't be a factor, but there is in fact limitations on food. The movie Primer? I don't know about the movie Primer. I just know about the YouTube channel. Sci-fi movie? A cult movie? I don't know. Never heard of it. I'm not huge into TV or movies. I personally like to interact with the stuff I'm doing, like this, that I haven't pressed a button on in a long time. Oh, it was almost over too. Or not. I wish they had more animations, because they just have characters sitting down, then black screen, now they're standing up. There's no animation of them getting up. That was really bad. That was a really terrible thing in Sword and Shield, was the animations. Like there was that little, was it Yamper? The electric dog Pokemon? It's supposed to be jumping up and pressing a button, but instead of having a little jump animation and then like pressing the button with his nose or something, the screen just goes black and then it says, Yamper pressed a button. Like they could, and that was they said that they removed the National Pokedex to have more time to work on animations, and then they gave us terrible animations. Yeah, I personally like to interact with my media. If I'm going to be consuming fiction, I personally like video games, sometimes movies. I'm not a fiction reader, really. Only on very rare occasions will I read fiction. I notice that you read nonfiction. And I usually like science. Usually psychology, and then any amount of other sciences insofar as how much they help me with learning more about psychology. Like learning nature and nurture and how those interact. So I have right over here. I have this phone book of a textbook on biology. I was looking for just a general biology textbook that was as recent as possible, because there's a lot of research in biology that could change a lot of things. This one is 2024, I think, but yeah, look at that. That is a phone book. It is towards the very end. Which ones have numbers? These are... This is the glossary. Appendix. Yeah, 1305 pages. 1,305 pages. Also, I have this one on ecology, which ecology is, it is a subfield of biology. It is the study of how organisms interact with their environment and each other, which is also a really interesting one. And it's referred to often by researchers as the economics of nature, because economics is like resources and how those things flow around, and then this is how it works with that when it's not money and between species of every family and kingdom in existence. Like, we probably wouldn't have evolved larger brains if it weren't for trees existing, because trees allowed us to make tools and also cook food, and that is the cooking hypothesis. The anthropologists have proposed that because we were able to cook food, our bodies didn't have to spend as much time or effort into digesting food because it was already partially broken down by cooking it, making it softer and easier to break down. You didn't have to chew as much. And that let us spend less energy, less caloric energy on digestion, which made our intestines shorter because we didn't need as long of intestines to digest food that was already partially broken down, and allowed us to put more energy into growing larger brains. So we are potentially very large-brained, very five-head, because we learned how to cook. I figured out where I left off in your comments here. Closest thing to time travel concept. Oh, the book primer that we talked about. Time travel always has some sort of paradoxes if you're going back in time. If you go forward in time, there's no issue in terms of just the paradoxes. Unless the story is, whenever you go back in time, you end up creating a separate universe within the multiverse. Which even I don't know if even that is as it would remove the paradox in the story. I don't know how scientific that would be. Your eye lens flip the image upside down. I think it is. Like, your brain flips it back. And because of how the light goes in, like the stuff from the top, because your eye is a lens, what happens is the light coming in from the top goes in through the lens and hits the bottom of your eye, and the light comes from down below and comes up and hits the top of your eye. Your brain has to flip it around to make it actually show up correctly. I think is how that works. Complete guess. I haven't actually. I know I've learned that is a thing that your eyes are seeing things upside down, but that your brain flips it up. But I didn't hear why that was, or if I did, I don't remember. That's my guess. You can also flip light around upside down. If you get a magnifying glass and then you hold it far away enough, it'll go from like making things look bigger, and you go far away, it'll start to look kind of blurry and distorted, and then you go far away enough, and then it'll make everything look upside down. Also, we apparently have a blind spot right in the center of our eye, but our brain fills in what it thinks should be right there in the middle of your vision, right in the very center focus. And also our peripheral vision is colorblind. but our brain kind of fills in the gaps of what colors it thinks should be there. But if you ever try to test it, like you have, like if you ever get those like, what do you call them? Those little pieces of paper with all the different paint colors. When you go to like looking for paint to put on your walls or whatever those are called. If you put one of those just up to your peripheral vision, just enough that you can barely see it, you can't guess what color you're looking at accurately. So that's something you can test if you wanted to. If you go to like Home Depot or something and you get those little paint, you see one of those like keychains that has a whole bunch of those different paint colors on it. Also, your brain fills in the gaps for what happens in between you turning your eyes one way or the other. And one way you can you can test how your brain fills in the gaps so you're not seeing motion blur every time you turn your eyes a ton, is if you ever look at a clock that has a second hand on it, if you turn your eyes to look at that clock when it wasn't in your vision at all, sometimes you will look at it and it'll look like this right when you look at it, a second lasts longer and then it starts clicking again. It looks like the clock stopped right when you looked at it and then started going again after you were started to looking at it, after you kept looking at it for a while. Because your brain basically deletes the information of your eye turning and focusing on something else, and then it fills in the gap with the thing you turned your eye to, so it looks like you looked at it longer. So 1 second on the second hand will look like 2 seconds or 1.5 or whatever. Visual point perspectives tied to 3D vision, like binocular stereoscopic vision with 2 eyes. I don't know. I haven't read that textbook, either of those 2 textbooks that I showed you. I've listened to audiobooks, one audiobook of each subject, biology in general, and then ecology I think they were both from the Great Courses. But that is my extent of knowledge on the basics of both of those subjects, is one audiobook. And surprisingly, the audiobook was a lot of genetics, a lot of like Mendelian genetics and stuff. Coincidence or something deeper. I don't know. I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. Also had to change out the water in the AC unit. I have it running and the noise cancellation is really good on this microphone. It's actually like as loud as my voice, and the microphone doesn't pick it up at all, except when I like creak the chair. You'll kind of hear it in the background sometimes. Visual points. Yeah, that's not something I know anything about. I have nothing to add to what you said. Yeah. Oh, they're a different color now. Oh, and I should make some great donuts. Oh, or not, I guess. The donut baker is not here. If it, I guess I wasn't paying attention to the game enough to know where she went. I'm guessing here, where this is pointing. Oh, also, if it doesn't go into a cutscene immediately. No, it does. Okay. I was gonna look for something. Maybe it'll let me here. One look into the Lumiose Museum and you can tell it's remarkable. If buildings were Pokemon trainers, this one would be a champion for sure. It's a museum guide somewhere. Okay, I think it's upstairs. Over here. Not those. Those are related though. These are the outfits that that one character wore in a Legends Arceus. The ancestor of Professor Rowan. Oh, I can't do the spin thing here. No? Here it is. I was told the person who wore this outfit donated it to the collection personally. Apparently, he gazed a while at those sketches by Professor Leventon with this nostalgic air too. And this is from character in Legends Arceus, which is based in the past by, I don't know, a few hundred years. At least like 300 years. I don't know if they tell you exactly how far back it is. It says ancient Sinnoh, which I imagine is more than 300 years. Be more like 1,000 or something. I don't know exactly how old something has to be for something to consider ancient. Couple tournament questions for next time. All right, see ya. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the sub. Enjoy your founder's badge. Uh, this is Volo's outfit for anyone who's played Legends Arceus. And if you donate it personally, that would mean he is immortal. And something Nintendo's been doing recently with their trailers and their games is they've been doing musical hints for what's going to be in the game. They did it in Metroid Prime 4 a few times. They play Silux's music when you don't know what his music is yet, in references to him when you don't know that the specific concepts are about him. And then if you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet, this is the biggest spoiler in the entire game, so mute or skip 30 seconds or something so you don't hear the biggest spoiler in the entire game if you haven't played it yet. Zelda becomes a dragon. And in the trailer, I think the first trailer where they showed the title of the game, at the very end, you hear Zelda's lullaby in, what's the instrument called? I remember I saw it. I looked it up. Erhu. Erhu or Erhu. E-R-H-U. It plays that instrument, which is the instrument that's used for the music for all the dragons in both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And they play that for Zelda's lullaby at the end of the first trailer where they reveal the game is called Tears of the Kingdom, which hinted in that first official, the title reveal trailer, I guess you could call it, that they told us effectively that Zelda's going to become a dragon, and with that little music thing. And in the trailer for Pokemon Winds and Waves, they play the beginning of the music against Cynthia, which they also used with I forget if it was only if the music against Volo is only piano, or if it starts out with only piano and then it builds up with more. I think it builds up with strings. Yeah. They play the beginning of that theme in the Winds and Waves trailer. And now we know this guy is still alive in this game, which means he could end up being in Winds and Waves somehow. No. Ruins housed 10 statues depicting Pokemon known as lords or ladies. Pokemon depicted as lords or ladies. Well, I can see on the very right there is looks like Cleaver, the other evolution for Scyther. On the very left, I think that's Arcanine, maybe? Can't tell what the other ones are. Maybe the one behind the Cleaver is the Electabuzz Hisuian form, because it looks a little round. Can't tell. The other ones are very hard to tell what's what. And I think they made the paintings higher definition textures. I was gonna see if like the Pokemon were supposed to be depicting like the legendaries or legendaries we haven't seen yet or something. Here we have a couple pairs of eyes in a cave and holes. Is this from Sun and Moon? Is this one of those caves that you go into in Legends Arceus? I think there's one or two caves that are very blocky like this on the inside. Very short caves. I remember there being holes with Pokemon inside them, though, like this painting shows a bunch of glowing red eyes of, I assume, alpha Pokemon that would have those kind of eyes. A bunch of legendaries. Legendaries, and then the Hisuian forms on the second... actually, most of these are Hisuian forms. I wonder if there would be any lore reason why they would specifically put the Hisuian Pokemon on there that aren't legendaries alongside the legendaries and mythicals. Because we got Manaphy and Giratina right next to Hisuian Avalugg and Ursaluna and that... I forget what the fish's name was. The Gen 5 Pokemon that evolves only in Hisui. Arcanine, the Sneasel evolution, I forget what its name is. Sneasler? Yeah. Electabuzz. Yeah, because these Pokemon are either evolutions that only exist in Hisui, like that Stantler evolution, Weirdeer. You can only evolve in Hisui. You can't even evolve it in Pokemon Go. You have to catch a Weirdeer in a raid, and then it stays that way. But it uses the same candy as Stantler, but you can't evolve the Stantler into a Weirdeer. Same with Cleaver. But Ursaluna you can evolve. I don't know why they allow that one. They do. You can evolve your Ursaring into Ursaluna. And then Braviary, is that what it is? The Gen 5 bird. You have a psychic type form too. I forget what... Oh no, there's two birds. Okay, so this on the bottom here is the Braviary, and the top one is that grass Pokemon I forget the name of. I got a grass fighting form. So yeah. Like, would the people have known these Pokemon were going to change forms in the future? Or did they know these were unique to only their region? Or would it just be the game devs decided they should go alongside the legendaries to show these are exclusive to the Hisui region, so they showed the Hisui Pokemon along with their legendaries and mythicals. So I don't know if that was just a game dev decision or if there could be any lore reason for it. Dialga and Palkia statues. Interesting they decided to do Palkia and Dialga separately instead of doing that one combined statue of the two of them together. That was actually from the Sinnoh region. Like they couldn't oh, I guess it's a museum, so maybe these are ancient statues, and they couldn't bring the one from Sinnoh, or just recreate it. They don't want a recreation of the statue, they want the actual originals. I wonder if these paintings are designed after anyone. Like any of the game devs. Because I know like Snorlax was apparently designed after one of the game devs at Game Freak or Creatures Inc. or one of those companies that worked on the game. Pearl Clan? Is this a Diamond Clan? I remember this guy in the middle being in Hisui. He's the champion in Black and White. He's an ancestor of that character from Black and White. Or he's another immortal character, and he has been immortal, waiting to come across Volo again or something. At the map of Hisui. It's interesting. The descriptions of these displays will either say Ancient Sinnoh or Hisui. Oh, hairstyles at the time. That's what these are displaying. Are these the hairstyle options in the game? It says hairstyles even on the plant and other painting drawings things. You got this other floor that's completely blocked off. I don't know if they'll ever open it. Maybe if you complete the DLC, they'll open up the third floor. Maybe that's what's about to happen here. That's from X and Y, right before you get your Mega Lucario from the mansion. Not sure what this is. Can I investigate? Tower of Mastery. Successor up to Mega Evolution carries on the legend of the mysterious stone. Is this one of those hint things that's going to be in Winds and Waves? Because remember they showed a big building that was surrounded by water. It wasn't shaped like this. It had a bunch of those like waterfalls that somehow also go back up and then curve up and then back down again. Yep, and that's where you get your Mega Lucario in X and Y. Battle right here. I use this. Not sure where this is. Is this like towards the champion in the Elite Four? Oh, this is the top of this building? Oh, this building is from Kalos. Okay. Never mind then. I don't remember much from Kalos. And because this game is only in the city, this one city, Lumios, we don't get to see those things again. I like how this looks like the painting of is it just called the Lady with the Pearl Earring? I think that's what it's called. I think it is called Lady, not Woman, I think. King from 3,000 years ago. So this is AZ. He was young. The king's younger brother. Is this a map? Museum? So where do they go? They're over here. We got this. Rise of the realist movement. Is that from Sword and Shield? The Mushroom Town where you battle against the fairy gym leader. What's her name? Opal? Yeah, the old lady. Fantastical looking city. Does such a place really exist? Sure does. Something you're pretty mystifying yourself. Yep. The painting is 1500 years old? Oh. The painting itself. So this isn't... Maybe this it? I don't know. Is this... But this is also from the Kalos region? Wait. Highway for fairies. Pokemon Gym is nestled in the tree. Depicting sceneries that inspired overseas artists while they were traveling in Kalos. So this is somewhere in Kalos? Long time ago. I really wish we could have gotten to see the rest of Kalos in this quality. I wonder if we will get just like normal remakes of X and Y. Because we got normal remakes of Diamond and Pearl, and then we got Legends Arceus. Are we going to get Legends ZA and then at some point remakes of X and Y from the Switch 2? One truly appreciates the scale of Lumio City when seeing it laid out this way. Hotel Regizine? Regizine? I know I looked up how to pronounce this once and I forgot. Museum would be right over here, right? Over there, right? A disaster magnet. Legendary Pokemon in hyperspace. So hyperspace could merge with this world like the Twilight Realm and Twilight Princess. Working on any new kind of Pokeballs. Is that a hint? The next game? I would like it to be. because I don't think Gen 5 added the Dream Ball, which isn't one you could actually use. It was just if you did the Dream Ball event thing, which I don't even know what it was. I think you were supposed to do it on your PC somehow. And you would get Pokemon in Dream Balls. X and Y, Gen 6 didn't add anything. And then Sun and Moon added the Beast Ball. They didn't have a Beast Ball here. See a Beast Ball. Yeah, no Beast Ball. Maybe it's because the Beast Ball is supposed to be like top secret for Aether Foundation. So they don't want it displayed here. You even get access to Beast Balls? I don't have any right now, if it's possible. Yeah, the Beast Balls only worked well with one type of Pokemon, that was the Ultra Beasts. So, other than that, if you use them on anything else, they have a lower catch rate than a basic Pokeball. So, they were not a good Pokeball outside of just the one part of the main story. And the only other place you can catch Ultra Beasts in the mainline Pokemon games is during those raids in Sword and Shield, where you're going to get a guaranteed catch anyways, so there's no point in them even existing in that game except just for aesthetics. Which personally, Beast Ball is my favorite. We got the ancient ones here. All wooden. Interesting too that people had these Pokeballs that could turn Pokemon into energy in the ancient times, and they were handmade. I wonder if too, because this game skips 5 years after X and Y, it's the only game that I know of for sure has a time. No, Sun and Moon had a time skip, because Red and Blue are, you know, like young adult, older teenager. They don't say exactly what age they are. I imagine they're like early 20s. I wonder how much time skips will affect other characters appearing in future Pokemon games, because this one is for sure 5 years after X and Y. So if Winds and Waves has other returning Pokemon characters, how much older will they be? Will they have aged up alongside Red and Blue? Like we get Kanto characters showing up? Or will they only have aged the 5 years since ZA released? Or is ZA the only game to have had that time pass and all the other games happen around the same time? With very little connection between them. I was looking at this one earlier. We found a section of hyperspace in Lumios resembling this temple. Is that the thing that's going to happen? Are they alluding to something? How'd you meet Hoopy anyway? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Just popped up one day. This isn't unlocked. Still can't go up there. They put it there like we can eventually go there, but we still can't. But there was also that one area, was that a hotel? Some big fancy place in Sun and Moon that you could never go to, not even in Ultra Sun and Moon. It's like up, it was like the first floor off to the very right in some fancy building, had bright white walls and red carpet, I think. That's how it looked inside. Something can happen as I try to leave. No. After I get out? Again, no. They sure walked a long ways away. All the way across the entire city. Well, there's also the taxis. They are taking one of those. Gonna give a kid caffeine. This is the flavor she loves so much. Hey. There's something happens like when you get older that your tongue is more used to bitter flavors or something when you're a kid. Or compared to when you're a kid. I remember my grandma's house always smelled like a very specific kind of coffee every morning whenever I went over to visit her. And I tried black coffee once, just like a really small sip of it, and I did not like it at all. Like, it smells great, but tastes awful. And I did not know anyone mixed in sugar or cream into their coffee at the time. I just tasted black coffee and I thought that was it. When I was like, I don't know, 10. No, I'd have been younger than 10 because it was before the Game Boy Advance came out. I would have been more like 7, maybe 8. I didn't read what she said deal to. What she said deal to. Oh, trading for the tea. I like how Hoopa has a lot of expressions now. Gang's all back. You give her like a chef outfit? Yep. Or she was already wearing that. Oh, it's got the logo on it. We? Oh yeah, because Naveen is the one clothing designer. The Megastone's all over your shirt. Yeah, you can't really show it anywhere. Thump. Some uninvited guest. That's something I can see before going in there. Not up on the ceiling. Or around the corner. Is it Kecleon? That's invisible? Ghost Pokemon? Something hiding up of watching them. Mankey? Oh. Open. Is it over level 100? Oh, they're starting to merge. So we're going to get Pokemon just spawning in random places now from hyperspace. Is that where the Hoopa came from? Came from hyperspace? New roommate. All right, I need better donuts. Can you make better donuts only because you can use more berries at a time? Is that what it does? Or is it actually increasing things beyond using just an extra berry? And it looks like on here, based on the amount of space I have left, I can go up to 8 berries at a time, maybe? Eventually. $28. There we go. Just seeing if it does a different animation as you get better butter. And I didn't realize before, the first time I played through this, that make another of the same, I didn't even read that, and I didn't realize that it would skip the animation if you chose it. Also, I found out where I could actually buy berries, not knowing that I could have bought them from the beginning. That's why I was so low on them. Now I have over 100 of each, so I have 200. Do-do-do-do-do. Just a few that I have just to have some time to run around. Then I want some for when I'm actually planning on battling strong Pokemon. All right. Do I want to try these right away? Let's go ahead and give one a go. Right over here, right there. All right, what are you? Destination? What? Oh. I didn't realize I was supposed to go here. Oh yeah, because these are the people who were calling me. That's right, okay. I thought it was Sardico Inc. But I forgot, yeah, I was talking to the Rust Syndicate. Am I looking at the map? At the master, whatever it is. The big melange? Is that how you say that? Of subconscious thoughts. So it's like a dream world? Kirby's Dream Land? It's not Lumious being reflected, but rather memories of it. In other words, the subconscious. Oh yeah, and you're here too. We're Sardico Inc. I have plenty of those, but thank you. What do you say? Oh, we're just counting on you. Okay. Now I can go there. Let me in. Let me in. All right, what do we got? Strange slice of hyperspace. There's hyperspace battle zone. Reflections of a bitter resentment felt by trainers defeated on your side. Oh. So it's not just Pokemon anymore, now it's trainers. So now it's trainers with Pokemon above level 100. Interesting. Hello, Harry Potter. Easy. Ah. Split second. There's nowhere to hide, so I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Why is it nothing hitting? That tiny little pole is in the way of the entire battle. Too late on the reflect. Seeds of Mastery. Upgrade your Pokemon's movements into plus moves if given one of these. Interesting. Also, how many Gimme Ghoul points do I have? Do I have over 1,000? I have 900. Just wondering if I could hold over 1,000 now. Didn't time that protect right. Ooh. Get lots of hyper berries now. Battling these trainers instead of looking for the one and only Pokeball somewhere. The giant one, which I found. So I have to get right there. Are they all psychic type in here? Seems like there is a type theme, like it's a gym. All that for a paralyze heal. Oh, turn around. There we go. Got him. Yep, all psychic types. Used up my best berries for this, though. It looks like I'm getting plenty to replace them with, though. And the gold one is here somewhere now. I see it. Oh. Nope, that's another normal big one. Is there a trainer up here? No? Someone sees me somehow. More hyper berries. An Abra. This sucks. I gotta wait while I got this time limit going. Get all the tasks done. So it makes the gold one show up somewhere. Just gotta find it. There's only small ones everywhere. Coffee? Coffee. Oh. Okay. Where's the gold one? Still haven't found it anywhere. I don't know how far away I can see. There it is. There we go. Item. Sure took you a long time to find me. I got the Galarian Mr. Mime. We still don't know the name of the new region yet. Winds and Waves. Item? No? Seconds still. $13, $12, $11, $9. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stay longer. Stay longer as in half a second. Okay, so that's what those different colors means. It means I'm battling against trainers. So what do I go to for a Pokémon? I'm looking for a new Mega Evolution to fight against. Do I have to do these before one shows up? That's the Fido, the fairy Pokemon. This is a Brawler. They're all closer to the center now. All of the different hyperspace portals. Where's it? It's on the other side of this building, which I don't remember how to get to. So I can't just climb up it from any ladder around here. There's no ladder there. Oh, I think I go underneath. That's how I did. That's right. Go through here. So we get those Gen 5 bugs yet. Whirlipede. The Venipede, Whirlipede, and Scolipede. Now I remember their names. It's usually the middle evolutions that I forget the name of. Because you usually catch it or you breed it at the first evolution, you skip the... or you go through the middle evolution so quickly and then you stay at the last evolution. So you don't really have a whole lot of time to memorize the middle evolution's name. Excuse me, how are you attacking this far away? What? No. Oh, where is the portal I'm looking for? It's down below. Use up these. That should be good enough. I'm just battling against these trainers like that. Should be pretty good. They're all using first evolution Pokemon too, so... They're using baby Pokemon like Chingling instead of Chimecho. Which I know Chimecho has a Mega Evolution in this game, in the DLC. I saw that one. I was gonna say, can it go that high? Oh, too late. So they're all grass type now. Item. I got nothing to go against grass type specifically other than just having ice type moves. Now ice is neutral to you because the only thing ice resists is ice. Coffee? Baby, do it. It's all first evolutions. So the type advantage that they have over me isn't super terrible to have. Defeat 5 trainers. Oh, just defeat trainers, that's it. Go on. You can do it. You can climb up there for that. There you go. I really do like having such a wide variety of NPC designs now. Come on. There we go. Hello. Hello, Tyrant-chan. Hey. What are you doing? There you are. No. Go around the wall. There you go. Also, this guy reminds me of that character from the Atlantis movie. Main character that was voiced by Michael J. Fox. I don't remember any of the characters' names from that movie. Alright, time to climb. Okay, I forget, that's a dead end. This is the one I'm gonna go up. Where's a giant Pokeball? Oh, okay. Didn't think she'd see me from there. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Come on. Target. There you go. The sound Chespin makes there, its cry, reminds me of the sound of the Deku, Ocarina of Time. Go on, turn around. Alright, 7 trainers, so gold Pokeball should be here somewhere. Oh, is it? No, it's not over there, like last time. Got 90 seconds to find it. Up at the top here, maybe? There's a large one. Not the gold one now. Where could the gold one be, though? Hello. They're small. Guess I'm not gonna find it. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Didn't find it. It's probably in the building somewhere, like in the halls. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Alright, finally one that's easy to reach. Alright, we had Psychic, then Grass. So what type is this one? Another Psychic. Or you're gonna Steel. Psychic again. No item. Oh, okay. So we got a Dark and Fire type now. So Psychic and Dark types. By the way, that Hisuian quillfish there, that has that, well, it looks like a 6 or 9, but I think it's supposed to be a Q, a lowercase q. I found one with perfect stats, and out of all the Pokemon listed in my Pokedex and Pokemon Go, it is the 69th Pokemon that I've caught with perfect stats. A Pokemon that happens to have a tail that looks like it has either a 6 or a 9 on it. Switch out to you. Since we're going against dark types now. Oh, there goes that. That strategy. Some items that I missed. Just battle trainers again. seems like you have a much higher chance of freezing a Pokemon in this game. Which in the mainline games that are turn-based, this one isn't turn-based, but it's mainline, they have still never added, out of all the different status conditions, there is a move that does nothing but cause that status condition. There is like hypnosis that can cause sleep, supersonic and confuse ray that cause confusion, thunder wave that causes paralysis, what's that, will-o-wisp that causes burn. They got one for every status condition. They got toxic for poison. But they never made one for freezing. A move that just causes a Pokemon to freeze. It doesn't do any damage. That is the only status effect that has not gotten a move for that. After 9 generations of this game. Maybe it's too OP because there's no counter to it. Why are you going down? Get up here. There you go. Oh, you can do it through the floor? Turn around. Come on. No. Go around the wall. What does focus energy do? Increase your critical hit ratio for the next move. Nope, I didn't see you. Oh, protected itself. There's an item. There you are. There's some time to spare. Do you get anything other than completing the tasks by defeating these trainers? I haven't noticed. not enough time to finish the battle. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go to the rainbow ones for the new mega evolutions. It's up here. Still no Luban joining us. I like how that looks with all the plants there. I don't know why I like that aesthetic, but I like it. Yeah, it's the best one I got. Oh, we're indoors. Interesting. Are we fighting another trainer again? And we're really small. This place is really glitched out. Oh, is this the sushi Pokemon? What was it called? Tetsugiri. So, water dragon. Oh, I can't... Again, I can't use the candies while I'm in here. Yeah. So I can't use Ampharos. Dragon resists grass, so I can't use Venusaur. I guess I'm going with Gardevoir again. Okay. Smack the mic a couple times there. Investigate. Whoever made the sushi platter was really committed to their vision, or doing a bit. Like, is this a joke? The sushi isn't gonna mega evolve, is it? Come on, you know that's not how it works. Is Mega Evolution a joke to you or something? So they don't know about Tatsugiri? There you are. So what does Sushi a Mega Evolve into? Are you gonna like turn into Dugtrio or something? Like you get multiple of you, every color combined for one? Oh, yep. Okay, what are you gonna do? I have no idea how it's going to fight. Not a Pokemon I would have expected to Mega Evolve. it dropping stones? No. Where'd he go? Whoa. Itchy eye. Very itchy. Like this one little tiny spot in a corner that I can't reach very well. Oh, nope, nope. That does not seem good. But roll at just the right moment. Look like Dragon Balls. Alright. Now I can Mega Evolve myself. Stage 2. If anything, I would have expected the whale one that it goes into to be the one that Mega Evolves. Ran out of donut energy. That's going to be annoying. Restart battle, I guess. Where'd he go? Should have run away from the shadow there. Come on. Mega Evolve. Come on. 30 seconds left. What? Okay, I need a better donut then. Hello. Plus 45. Get a gold one. That's 39. Can I teleport from inside the doors? Yes, I can. All right, let's use the plus 39. Again, how much time was the other one? 2 minutes. So this is higher level, much higher level, and twice the amount of time. So this should definitely be enough. We're going to do the cutscene again. I thought I could get a screenshot of her face doing that before I zoomed out. All right. Time to fight the sushi. Can't skip the cutscene. Wipe up. Why do you need to reposition yourself for a long distance move? Stage 2 and we're got very little time to take. Why is the clock going down so fast? Yeah, I only just realized the clock is going down really fast. Why? Come on, almost there, almost there. There we go. Third time's the charm. Alright. Pokeball actually matches you pretty well. A little more orange than red. Or like pinkish orange, I don't know what you call that color. Peach. I mean, it would make sense to call it salmon, right? Let's see, what do we go with? You know what? Let's do a dream ball. Because I can. Doodle-doo-doo. It was a food fight. Or grubba berry, tomato, aka, pasho, whacken. What comes after great butter? Excellent butter? Amazing butter. There's still Mega Evolutions, plural, that I know are going to be in this game, but I still haven't seen yet. Alright, amazing butter. That means 6 berries at a time, right? Subconscious thing? Because she was hungry. So we fought a sushi mega evolution. Maybe she saw the legendary Pokemon because hyperspace Lumiose reflects her dreams or wishes or something. What do they call this meal again? I think Naveen... No, not Naveen doesn't make it. He loathes it and very reluctantly eats it. Reluctantly eats it. So what's her name in the blue jacket that wears, or that makes it? Are the surveys of hyperspace Lumiose making progress? Yes, ma'am. The rest syndicate is working with admirable fervor, to say nothing of Team MZ. It's absorbing something. Ooh. It's evolving much more rapidly than we could have anticipated. These children are the ones with whom AZ entrusted our future. We can trust them too. Indeed, I suppose our duty as their elders is to believe in them and offer support. Please, Vinny, hadn't you better leave the elder talk to me? I beg your pardon, ma'am, as you say. Yeah, assume he's younger than her? I don't know. They don't say the age of every character in Pokemon. They rarely ever do say an age. I assume the characters, the protagonists that you play as and the ones around you are at least like late teens, like how Seth was his name Seth? Is that what his name was in Pokemon Coliseum? He's supposed to be like 17 for the more edgy game. Plays a teenager. Late teens or early 20s maybe, because I think they're the same height as the adults, aren't they? Except for AZ, of course, he's gigantic. Where is Naveen? Yeah, where'd he go? Making more stuff. Did he find a way to give her the 8MZ logo? What's her name? The blonde? Lita? No, Lita's the blue jacket. Nope, that's his Pokemon. What's your name again? Karina, that's it. Did Naveen get transported into the hyperspace? We have to go save him? kind of think that's what happened. Nope. Got a mental block, trying to figure out how to make some outfit. Oh, his plush got into the hyperspace, I'm guessing. Doesn't want anyone else even touching it. Why didn't you put it where why didn't you put it away where it'd be kept safe? It's canary plush. What is it? What? And? Can put it where you can admire anytime. What is it? Is he going to suspect the Gulpin ate it? Don't tell me you ate it. Yeah. Is that a no? Is that it nodding no? Or is it happy that I ate it? Oh, Gulpin found it. Okay. Rolled under the bed. I wonder if that'll actually be some real-life Nintendo merch. All of the canary stuff they have here. Because there's some movies and video games that will have like merch of something in the game or in the movie that never becomes real merch. Like in Toy Story, when you see Woody on top of that Buzz Lightyear blanket, bedsheet, bed cover, whatever you call it, comforter, and you see Buzz Lightyear on it, and that I don't think ever became real merch. Out of all the stuff from Toy Story that was made into merch. Hyperspace Lumio Survey number 4. So we're going back here. Yep. I'm gonna find out like whose dreams or subconscious we're seeing. Is it a Pokemon's subconscious? That's why we're finding Pokemon in them. There was also the trainers that we battled against. So it does seem to be some sort of collective dream if there are like resentful trainers for losing to you that are in hyperspace. So their dreams are them having ultra powerful Pokemon that are over level 100. And she really stands out with her very pale skin and brightly colored outfit and blonde hair. It was a joke until you ruined it by asking. Rogue Mega Arena. Did it say that before? You know, that's the place that it's on top of. That's not the portal's name, I think. More Ultra Balls, which I didn't even use 20 Ultra Balls last time he gave me some. Be nice if there was like some hyperspace, some like hyper ball, which I know the Ultra Ball is called Hyper Ball in Japan, so maybe they couldn't have done that. But if there was like some sort of hyperspace ball that has a higher catch rate for Pokemon in hyperspace specifically, like we got with the Beast Balls. It's 28 in 2 minutes. We need more than that. That is not enough. Whatever may be behind there. Seeing how the last one went. 6 berries. What do we get this one? I like the designs on the donuts. 39 and shows calories. How much time is that? Five minutes. Alright, I know I've seen the Chime Echo Mega Evolution. I know the Fire Grass Pokemon is going to get one, but I haven't seen it. I just know it's going to get one. Oh, I'm guessing they're going to have the Fire Grass one? With them in here? What are we doing in a place like this? This is that hyperspace Lumios thing, right? Is that normal then? Gathering our presence here is a reflection of someone's subconscious thoughts. I wonder if... Oh! Charizard Z? I wonder if their dialogue is going to be... Because I don't know if these are like a dream version of them, hyperspace version of them, or if they are the actual people that came in here with me. I mean, it's right next to their place, and I didn't notice them outside. I wasn't looking for them, though. Because if it's their subconscious, their dialogue might be different. If this isn't the real them, the non-hyper space them. Come on, let me change out. Oh, you also have this one? I thought you had Mega Ampharos. Let me... There we go. Oh yeah, fire spin. Come on. Use it. Charizard Z. Is it gonna be a Charizard Z, or is it just your... Like, did you find a new Mega Evolution in here? Nope. Charizard X, I think that one is. Oh, okay. I guess. There we go. So this isn't a hyperspace version of all three of these characters? They actually came in here? Dr. Zerosic? Was that actually from Team Flare and X and Y? Guy with the little circular, like was it those Matrix sunglasses? What's the character's name? I forget all the characters' names. What's his name? Morpheus. They're the Morpheus sunglasses. What did you say? Enhance humans' abilities, not unlike how... Not unlike how Mega Evolution powers up Pokemon. The result was the expansion suit. So, what she has? We were planned to be his very first test subjects. At some point, however, those plans changed. I don't know why, but you took our place. Got nothing to add. Never had much to do with that guy. The doctor was always kind to me. I wish I knew more about who he was as a person. He was? Even though he, like, mind-controlled you? What? Hmm? People in general are walking contradictions. Can't expect them to always make sense, right? I don't know what either of these mean. Chef top set. Is that shirt? Like what these two are wearing here? So this hyperspace area would have been empty without all of these people joining. Tasks complete. Does that mean if I wait, there'll be a gold Pokeball that shows up? No? Not getting a notification. Who subconsciously yearns for a place like this? Only... are those characters' names? Not you. Grisham and Griselle. And Griselle had something interesting to say. Griselle? I don't know. It's a lot of French. They pronounce letters very differently. Now you're right here. What do you want? Why are you even here? Any other question mark ones? Oh, yes, right here. By the dojo. Outside of it? Yeah, down here. It's a side quest inside this? Blue power, steel. Oh, they got other abilities I wasn't paying attention to. Teensy power. Special attack power. Alright, I don't know what's in here. It looks like a side quest. Unless there's something else for this spot later on. Oh. These question mark ones, the timer goes down really fast. So we're gonna fight against, what's her name? Yeah. Oh, you're both here. Why are they going into the portals? So this is a subconscious version of them. I think. A 2-on-2. They say Mega Evolution successor, like something beyond Mega Evolution. Ivor and Glyn. So Ghost and... is it fighting or... I think it's fighting type he has. Yeah, that's right. He has that. What's his name? From Sword and Shield. Mega Ball first. Look for your, is it something Link? Phalanx. That's it. I wonder if that pose she does is supposed to look like a Japanese symbol or some kind. Japanese, it's called kanji? Yeah. But now you Mega Evolve. Well, you're going against fire type with your steel. Did I ever get her form of Lucario? I didn't notice if she ever gave me a Mega Stone for it. I like the sound effect of him gripping his leather glove. Alright, so we're doing somewhat of like a boss rush of battling all these trainers again, it seems. I always thought, when I first saw Ivor, I thought he was, what's her name? Karina. Yeah, her name's right there. Karina's sibling. That's what I thought he would be. Yeah, no more rollerblades, I noticed, from X and Y. Ivor's gi set. That's your stuff that you wear for sparring. Oh, do they have anything to say here before I leave? Saying very generic stuff. Doesn't seem really related to being in hyperspace. Can I go down here? Get me out of here! Okay, so the game doesn't seem to explain if they are or aren't subconscious versions of themselves in the hyperspace. But I think they are. Oh, I should make more donuts though. So I just used my last good one. I might need to grind more for some of these better berries that have much more time on them, or calories. Seeing how fast the timer goes down now. I don't know what secondary effects these are causing. This one has none. I'm just going for what's gonna give me time and strength and level up. So we're gonna battle against Jacinth and Liban. Let's go ahead and save. 83 hours. Okay, I think this is the last one I'll be able to do before I have to go grind for a bunch more berries. Yep. So who's going to join me in a 2v2? SBC, I don't know what that stands for. Come on, let me pause. Satchel! I want my satchel! Let me open my satchel. No, I can't. But it refused. Wait, what? Oh, I was facing the wrong one. It's like, wait, the dragon won't affect it? Okay, now you let me open it. Oh, but now we're getting a generic song. We're not hearing their themes. We got 3 attacks, super effective against it. Okay, so she's aware we're in hyperspace. So does that mean this is the real them? Or at least the people who fight alongside me? Then why are all these other people in the hyperspace? The real John Steenth. Yes, these are the subconscious versions of him. But it seems like Lita here. Yeah. So these are the subconscious versions of them. But you're real, I think? Okay. So this is their subconscious that we're looking at. That is an interesting plot point to do. To have a world where you see the subconscious of everyone. There's you again. Is it... Actually, I don't know. Are you the same character every time, or are you like a bunch of twin sisters of the same family? Like Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny. I feel more like this is the same character again and again, not multiple that look the same, because of how much more variety we have in NPCs now. Got another rainbow one somewhere. This one? No. Was that all of them? All of the different people that we do like semi-gym battles against? Oh, we go here now for the main story. Okay. Talk to you. I didn't want to talk to you. You don't want to put a case around it to prevent it from getting dusty? Put a glass case around it. Keep it nice and clean, and then all you have to do is dust the top, maybe the sides a little bit. Nice flat surface. Do, 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 do. 39 alpha power. I don't know what that means. The alpha Pokemon that you have are stronger, or you find better alpha Pokemon when you're looking for them in hyperspace. Say more showed up. I missed. What did they say? I skipped it too quickly. Oh, just said find them. So these ones are trainers. There's also Corbeau to battle against if we're looking for sort of like semi-gym leader, pseudo-gym leader type characters to battle. Can I go back here? The side quest it's pointing to isn't this guy, because it's at the door here. I don't see anyone in here, or where the exclamation mark be coming from. That's it. That's all I gotta say. Anything back here? No? Oh, here we go. There is one in here. Okay. That's weird. It didn't show up on the map. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. Play an ad break. Anyone's lurking, so that when I come back, there won't be ads for a while. Where's the button? It's not letting me press it. Okay, I guess there's ads going already. Maybe? Okay. Be right back, man. Okay. Went and got a bite to eat as well. I was hungry. Had some, I've been making spaghetti with these edamame noodles. It's literally one ingredient, just edamame. That's just been cooked and then reshaped into noodles and dried again. And just to make them less messy, also to get more fiber, I wrap them in tortillas. So just so I'm not getting splattered with a whole bunch of tomato sauce, I do that. And I got some of this. See it? This oat milk ice cream. It doesn't taste like it's trying to taste creamy. It tastes more like if you got the rainbow sherbet ice cream that doesn't have cream in it to begin with, and you just took the pink strawberry part. It's got the consistency too, where the consistency feels less like fluffy ice cream and more like a whole bunch of ice crystals, like it's compact snow. It's got a little bit of crunch to it, to bite on it too. Space for this so it's not gonna fall off. Okay. So in terms of power and time, these are all the same. I don't know if it matters which one I use. So Corbo has poison types, and then his assistant, I forget his name, has steel types, right? Oh. Did we ever battle them in here? So what are their subconsciouses like? Huh, this pocket of hyperspace Lumios leaves a lot to be desired, doesn't it? It's interesting that their subconsciouses are aware of being in the hyperspace. And now I know for sure that's what it is, because these two are in the next room. And the other people that I battled, I don't know where they are on the map at the moment. So I don't know if they followed me or they got ahead of me in there, but no, these guys were in the other room for sure. This is just an old building. Looks like any you'd find in the real Lumios. Oh, okay, so seeing how they pop up, I think they are also the subconscious. Corbo, sir. What? I wanted to thank you properly for letting me clear my debt. That huge tip was a huge relief. Don't forget, kid, you owe someone money. Don't forget, kid, you owe someone money. You owe them your very life. I had a feeling we needed to be on equal footing, that's all. I might not be so generous again. Say, since we're all here anyway, how about a battle? That's their subconscious? No. Maybe they'll reveal more at the end. Philippe, that's right. Get poison and steel. Can I open my satchel? There we go. Let me open my satchel. Let me open. Evolution proves our bond. Let me show you the true beauty of Skarmory. There we go. You know what would have been good against both of these together is Camerupt. Fire for the steel types and ground for the poison. Not great. 4 times weak to poison and that was not great on my end either. I have a perfect stat Scolipede in my Pokemon Go that I'm waiting to Mega Evolve whenever it gets released in the games. Easy. Well, I thought we'd do better, Philippe. Seems we both need to train like mad again. As I thought he was going to say like Mad Men. I do apologize, boss. I've brought shame to you with my disgraceful performance. Extra poison sinks to your battle. Our teamwork still wasn't enough to stand up to the top 2 trainers in the ZA Royale. I apologize, boss. I wouldn't have had, or this wouldn't have happened if I were stronger. You did well, Philippe. You always do. I'm grateful you're around. Why don't we wrap this up? We get plenty of FaceTime and the real Lumios anyway. Here, take this outfit. But I've got something to ask of you in return. Corbo suit and tie set. See, I think Team MZ and the rest syndicate have gotten a little too buddy-buddy lately. So I want you to remember just how ruthless and dangerous the rest syndicate is. We'd happily send a beached Magikarp down to the bottom of a river or peel the skin clean off an Ekans trying to molt. Point is, we got a reputation to uphold, so watch yourself and don't forget who you're dealing with. He says with a smile on his face. When all's said and done, Lumios will always be the city that made me who I am. Don't you go dressing up like as the boss and imitating him to scare people. Our Pokemon battles are great. Oh yeah, okay. What was her name in Scarlet and Violet? Nimona. Yeah, his subconscious is just Nimona. Good stuff. Again, not creamy. It's like having 1/3 of the rainbow sherbet. Just the red part of the rainbow. All right. Is there another one that's indoors we have to go search for like that and accidentally find? I'm gonna guess if I'm doing this sort of all-star everyone's coming together sort of thing, that I'm close to doing this. But I'm close to doing what I assume is the very end of the game. Before I've even seen Mega Chimecho. Which I know is in this game. I saw the trailer for it. That is one of the Mega Evolutions I saw before playing this. So, am I not as close to the end as I think I am? Do I have to make a donut for another one to appear? Is that it? How it works? Resistance Power Ghost. Yeah, I think when they say that, that means more of them spawned, or at least one new one spawned somewhere. So where then? Every time I say the word or think the word where as like a singular sentence, just one word. Think of that SpongeBob episode where Plankton goes into or goes on top of SpongeBob's brain to control him and get the secret formula. He just has a map, not a map towards the brain, but no, I think he did have like a map of SpongeBob's body somehow, like sponge anatomy, and then the instructions is just device plus brain and how to do it. I'm not seeing any more, which means I think means the other one is indoors somewhere. The one I just did. It just points to you now. And no indication of any more Mega Evolutions, even though I know there's at least 3 in the game that I don't have in this DLC. The Chimeco, which I saw in a trailer. The spicy pepper, grass and fire type that I forget the name of. That I know there is one, but I haven't seen it. I was told there was one. And then Mega Zeraora. Is there... How do I look at my quests? Hyperspace survey points. Oh, I still need to do that. Okay. That's just more grinding. You have donuts, I have ice cream. Oh, and here again. Destroy floating Pokeballs. Catch Pokemon undetected. Come on, turn around. That did count. Okay. Wasn't sure if that was going to count or not. Oh, use catch window. So that's this. What? Why did it just like bounce off like that? There we go. Alright, so I've done 3 undetected catches, so now I just need to use the window. And then destroy 3 floating Pokeballs. Need 1 more of those. Perfect. Now I gotta find the gold Pokeball before the sped up timer runs out. There you are. And then before I leave, what's over this way? Nope, not that. That one. Alright, I think I've exhausted every possible thing I can do in this small area. Oh, one more thing. Three. There we go. Perfect. So now at 9,000. Some items. That's the Hisuian Quillfish, right? Oh, I thought that was going to send me forward, not down. Destroy floating Pokeballs. Catch Pokemon undetected. Failed at that here. What else is there to catch then? Oh, no, it's the normal Johtoian fish. Oh, okay. That counted as seeing me. Dragonite, you blew my cover. Can I reach them from here? Put you away then. You're gonna get me caught. Oh, too late. Use the catch window. Okay. 28 seconds. Yeah, I'm not gonna win. I'm not gonna finish this. Just grab some items while I can. And there we go. Put it in the microwave for a bit, and all the edges got really soft, partially melted. I like that texture of ice cream when it's like just on the verge of melting, but it's not quite fully liquid yet. We got Porygon. I would like a Porygon. A Mega Porygon Z would be cool. Why would you go up there just to miss? Try again. Why are you missing? There you go. Oh, 140. We didn't need more than that. For basic Pokemon, 131 should be good enough. Down the dead end. That might be where the gold Pokeball spawns, if I can manage to get it. Catch one normal type Pokemon. Alright, sounds easy. Oh, okay. Didn't even have to battle. What is that sound? It's like following me with agility or something? Or the real challenge is just going to be finding lots of items. That's 12. Still got more than half my timer left. With less than half to go for the other stuff. $13, $14, $15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I just gotta find the Pokeballs. Okay, one more Pokeball somewhere. Still got some time. There it is. Alright, easy one. Now to find the gold Pokeball, which I might not be able to find in time. Let's get up here and see if it is back at the dojo. I thought there's another big one. Oh, nope. Oh, okay. I guess I got it then. I got one. Okay. I just want a Porygon. I really like Porygon. I like Porygon 1, I like the basic Porygon, and I like Porygon Z. Not a huge fan of Porygon 2, in terms of design, at least. Where is the dojo that I started from? Over there? I don't see it over there. A gold Pokeball. Wait, no. Running out of time to find it. Could it be inside of a building somewhere? Maybe. Not down there. Running out of time. There it is. And I saw another big one. Or was it? Oh well. I got the gold one. Alright, that got me some decent survey points. That's what they're called. Let's do a trainer one just because they're easy points to get, since all you have to do is battle the trainers over and over. $40. And immediately get noticed. Oh, wow, you got some defense if you survived that. You're pure psychic, so you won't resist ice. Item, please. Bottle cap? Ooh. Ooh. Very nice. 5 bottle caps all at once. Just defeat trainer, defeat trainer, defeat trainer. That one didn't survive. Oh, I can heal. I was about to use an item. That was convenient. How many gimme gold coins do I have now? 999. So I guess you can't go over 1,000 with that one. So much for the calm mind. Also, that was a second stage evolution, not a first stage like all the others have been. Oh. Okay. Wait, so did she not even have her Pokemon out while she was looking around? Can you get it through that? Yes, okay. Bad timing on the protect there. Item? Nope. Haven't seen any giant Pokeball. Like her design. Got an interesting design there. Look like you very much look like it's like you got the blue, purple, pink, the hair and everything. Can't stand around and chat. I always thought Ralts looked like number 4. Or sorry, number 4 from Kids Next Door. Item. Gimme. What do you got? Oh, a heal. Okay. I wanted an item. Gold Pokeball. And I got plenty of time to find it. As long as I don't get stuck into a bunch of battles along the way. Oh! Oh, never mind. I thought I was looking right at it right there. Oh, there it is. Any trainers in here? They're gonna stop me. There is one trainer here to stop me. Too late. Ooh. Yeah. Thank you. All right. What do you got? Very nice. I'm getting more Gimme Ghoul coins and still at 999. Okay. Hold on, what? Wait, so it looked like teleport was actually doing something? Is it a way of dodging an attack? So it's not like protect, but it dodges instead of shields? Okay, I guess that's all I can do then. It's all melting now. Oh yeah. There was this guy I talked to off stream by accident, just walking by. He said he wanted me to investigate all these holes. $21,000, so I'm almost there. We can do one more of this. And that should be enough to progress. $120, $128. Oh, hello. Four times weak to ground. And no levitate for you. Not in this game. Alright, so we're all electric in this one. Item? Nope. This place isn't on my GPS. Where am I? Yay, berries. Ooh, we got a big Pikachu. Alpha Pikachu. We got all alpha Pokemon, it seems. Interesting, so are the holograms all alpha Pokemon then? Oh, bottle caps. Very, very nice. Good. One target. Yeah, it looked cool. One more. Get him before he turns around. Come on, go. Got him. Alright. Tasks complete. Now I'm just gonna find the gold Pokeball. It's gonna be up high. hear something. Just 2 normal Pokeballs. There you are. Alright. I don't want to battle you. Just want to get some more berries if I can. Since I think all of those items on the ground are just gimme gold coins. I wasn't sure which direction I was being spotted from. Item? No item? Okay. Where's the portal? I want to go back. There it is. Being guarded by these two. Ah! You're guarding the portal? What was that sound? Blah! You hear that? Listen. We use this earthquake. Get me out of here. Finish this up before it's fully melted. Hold on. Fine work out there. You've accumulated enough points to advance our research. We've also marked a particular hyperspace distortion on your map. As you can see, it's appeared at Hotel... Try to pronounce that. Mr. Corbeau says he's confident you'll be able to handle it just fine, Strari. But do please take the utmost care dealing with Miss Jalsine. I'll leave it to you. Best of luck. Okay. No. It's inside the building. I already battled against your subconsciousness, though. Oh. What are you two doing together? And why did you bring coffee? Do they deliver coffee? You're one wrong word away from exploding. I would never deign to let price dictate the taste of or quality of coffee. However, your churlish words and actions would cheapen the taste of even your best brew. Listen. People flock to Novu Cafe for two things: roasts and my roasts. Trying to play your coarseness as some lovable quirk, incroyable. No coffee brewed by such a barbarous boor will besmirch my palate. That's not what your hotel's famous chef said when she put Novu Cafe on her list of Lumos's most noteworthy coffees. Your impudence truly knows no bounds. You there! They have good roasts in this. The roasts they have in this reminds me of the old Pokemon when like Ash and Misty were constantly roasting each other. Who's read it? Obviously I am, but I want to hear you say it. I want to take a side just because I can. I think it's funny. You must not allow her menacing manner to intimidate you into making a foolish choice. Your lack of moral conviction requires correction by force, if necessary. Finally, we agree on something. So it would seem. You need some straightening out, and we are more than happy to oblige. Strawberry, prepare to face the two of us. Why me? Yep. Interesting duo to double battle against. I'll just use Earthquake and get them both. I got a rock slide in both. Because you're going to say fire, weak to rock, and then the Fable is going to be flying, weak to rock. Come on, attack! What a truly magnificent battle. I applaud you and your victory. Our teamwork wasn't very strong to begin with. Allure, it appears we have lost. Blame me. We could have won if I'd understood your fable better. If we are apportioning blame, there certainly are things for which I must apologize as well. How about we call it a good match and leave it at that? You're gonna fist bump? You are welcome to join and complete Le Super Tournée de Jancinth Infinite Anytime, my dear. As if I'm busy, I have an actual job. You have to come to a cafe if you want to battle me. Oh, I was going to try to get a picture without the text. What the heck is going on here? I want to get them fist bumping because she's so like extra fancy that it's kind of funny to see her fist bump. Nope, Strawberry. Yeah, what are we here for? To investigate something. Came to take care of some things. Either way. Business regarding hyperspace Lumios, no doubt. Thank you for working to keep us all safe. Should you encounter trouble, I am happy to lend my support. Now, moving on. There is no use hiding, Luban. Come on out. That's funny. I was going to take a screenshot, but I missed the button. So I had to take a clip. You have thanked Team MZ properly, I hope. What? Yes, of course I have. Very good. They have been so kind to look after Miss Ansha after you foisted that responsibility onto them. I'm eager to hear exactly how you have spent all the time you must have freed up for you. Okay. Missed it. I knew her face was going to change at some point. I was trying to get it. It was too late. No, it's not what you think. Ladies Ansha, I swear, I had Miss Ansha's best interests in mind. Do you believe invoking her name will save you? All will be forgiven once you've won 100 Super Tournée de Jacinthe Infinite matches in a row. Look away. Everyone looks away. Good luck. I'll slip you some coffee during visitation hours. Appreciate you taking care of this hyperspace Lumio stuff. If things boil over, you can count on Team Flare Novu's help. Watching Jacinthe and Griselle argue was even more tense than that Pokemon battle, honestly. Sorry I'm late. Ready to dive in and survey hyperspace Lumios when you are. Ready to go take care of my errand for Ansha while the coast's clear. Good luck to you two. We're not going to do 3v1 against whatever this is. All right, let's do this. An overwhelming swell of mega power has been detected within hyperspace Lumios. Pokemon inside must be about to grow Mega Evolve. Will you enter in Comet? Going in now. 139 should be good, right? If it's not enough, then I'm probably gonna have to grind off stream for a while and then continue. Sandy. You know, if hyperspace Lumios reflects our people's or Pokemon's subconscious thoughts, or Pokemon, you'd think it'd be easier to tell whose thoughts shape this place. You don't think it's reflecting the thoughts of that Meowstic right in front of us? That's the thing, this place looks the same as where we fought Absol and Staraptor, right? So did they have the same subconscious thoughts as this Meowstic? Pokemon are so mysterious. I like the actual, like, good questions that they ask. This is good writing. This is really good writing. Oh, well, we know what we gotta do. Save this Meowstic and from Rogue Mega Evolution. So you Mega Evolve. I could have sworn it already had a Mega Evolution, didn't it? Or is there a second one? Wow. And they're different moves depending on whether they're male or female, you know? They're in different moves. This one is male, right? The female is white. Or blue. Yeah, white or blue. Ooh. It like fuses the two genders together. Interesting. Almost there. If I can Mega Evolve. Come on. Why isn't it letting me Mega Evolve? I thought Tyranitar had the Mega Stone, doesn't it? No? You don't have a Mega Stone? Okay. Oh, then. It's still pure Psychic, right? It doesn't have a secondary typing, I don't think. You don't Mega Evolve either. I guess I gotta go with this then. What's that gonna do? Just waste my time? Oh, I gotta attack this. Come on, attack. I don't know why Pokemon tries to position themselves in a particular way in this open area with a long distance attack. Great, get over here. Attack it. Dude, why do you have a fighting type against a psychic? Why would you ever do that? Exactly. Behind it. Attack right here. Come on. Get over here. Come on. Get over here. Stop getting stuck on the corner. Come on. You're gonna lose because you keep getting stuck on a corner there. Oh. Yep. You lost because you got stuck on a corner. Yep, I do in fact need to grind and get some berries. And I have been streaming for almost 7 hours, so that is a plenty long VOD. Plenty long stream. So yeah, that is more than... I'm more than overdue to end this. So thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by and lurking, anyone who's been here. Thanks for watching however far in the future you're watching. And I hope to finish this so that I can see a Pokemon on this game first. The new Mega Evolutions on here first before they get released in Pokemon Go. That's kind of why I'm doing this. Also, whenever they get released into Pokemon Champions. And I do want to get to playing Pokopia. I forget what I was supposed to do. I think there was some item I needed to grind for before I could finish the game. I'm really close to the end, I think. And then I want to do the DLC. But I want to do the DLC for Pokopia after I finish this DLC so that I don't get spoiled on anything in Pokemon Go or Pokemon Champions. And then at some point I want to play the Star Fox remake, reimagining. I think it's called, this one's called Reimagining. There was Remaster on the 64, then Reimagining. They were like somehow all different words. Remake, Remaster, Reimagining. There's one other because there's the 64, 3DS, Wii U, and now Switch 2 versions after the Super Nintendo. This game has been made so many times. And I hope that now that they're doing this sort of realistic art style with like seeing individual hairs on them, that it means they're finally done with remaking this one and we'll move on to at least, at the very least, remake a different one for once. Because they haven't done that. Out of all the remakes they've done, they've only remade the first game from the Super Nintendo. A lot of people think they're remaking the 64 one. I don't know if people just don't know the Super Nintendo one exists, or if somehow the Super Nintendo one is different enough from the 64 one that they're remaking, people know they're remaking the 64. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for watching, and take care of yourself.